Hello and welcome once again, my friends. Hambbage back after more unexpected delays. But hey, let's hope we get a good, chillin' chance to hang out, play some Minecraft today. I'm looking forward to it. Man, I missed you guys again. Um, believe it or not, we still have jackhammers. They're much removed. I don't think it's going to be at all an issue even for myself today. Yesterday they woke me up. Well, they didn't wake me up. I was up, but they hit about 8:30 in the morning. I had not even been outside yet, and that was unexpected, considering they'd already cut out the tree, dug an expanded trench, and all that, and done jackhammering for the last week. But yeah, more jackhammering. Uh, I don't know when this project is ever gonna end. These are gonna be like the most pimpin', awesome garbage can dumpster pad areas, whatever they are, when they get done. They better be like I don't even know, like the Taj Mahal of dumpster enclosures. We'll find out. Anyway, wow. Enough about dumpster maintenance. Let's talk Minecraft. Remember, we were playing Treemendous. You might notice really savvy ones. I think there were two of you, Swamp Fox and Skash, last time. May have noticed that, yeah, my personal world's name changed again. There's another incident. I know we spent like most of the day sitting right here chatting, talking about this and that and whatever. But we spawned a long way off. Decided this might be a decent place to start thinking about living, right? So we've kind of cleared a little area. We've got some bees, or at least some bee houses, but I know, like right here, I think we moved those flowers in to support the bees, so things are looking favorable. We got this little cave. We went down there early. Either that could maybe start a little pre-base, or it could be filled in for chopping. Um, this is a kind of comfy, cozy area. Not too terribly big. We do have a bucket. We got some wheat seeds. I have no idea what we have. I think we saw some villages, right? Yeah, we got potatoes. Look at all the we got all the wheat from the hay bales. So I think the first thing we're gonna do. Oh, we got an ad too. I gotta watch for the ad. It's starting soon. Because my second cup of coffee is not done. So we're gonna try the new layout that I kicked out the other day and see how that goes. Um, but first of all, as you can see, I'm kind of stalling here until the sun goes down. What do we have for dirt? Two. All right. Well, that's not the way to go. Well, watch for the stars. They got to get just to that point where they're like, all right, yeah, those are stars. I saw a shooting star by the other day. By the way, I got all kinds of little random fun tidbits. We'll be sharing along the course of today's stream, so don't miss a minute of it. You gotta stick around if you're just getting here late, man. You gotta be early, right? Kind of kidding. Um. Anyway, ads are going. I gotta make these torches. Let's escape so we don't lose the world. I will be right back, guys. All right, my friends. Second coffee should be ready for us when we're ready for it. We got a minute left in the ad. Hope you're all doing good. Get comfy, get cozy, settle in, put your feet up. I don't know just how long we're going to go today, but this is going to be the chance. Unless, I say that, unless, of course, the noises get ridiculous on my end. If they finish their jackhammering across the way and come back and hey, Raviolin, how you doing? And start like sawing or hammering or I don't know what on my side again, we might have to just throw up our hands again. But I would love to make this one at least full length, if not even a little bit longer today. Tomorrow's going to be iffy, regardless of construction stuff. But then, fingers crossed, man, I want them to get wrapped up and get us back to going. How you doing? I hope life's treating you good. I don't know if you're in an ad at the moment, Raviolin, so we'll say hello again here in now. Raviolin. Oh, there we go. I know my stream hasn't been for a bit, Raviolin. So yeah, sadly from my end, you haven't missed a thing really, except that we've very scattered. Like I think over the last week and a half, I've had like maybe 2 streams, and they've both been Minecraft because this. I don't even know if you know that they're replacing the little like concrete pads where the trash dumpsters go by my house, and it's ridiculous. I have no words for how crazy it is that it is 2 weeks in and they haven't been able to put up a little fence around an apparently expanded concrete slab. Totally crazy, but everything they do is loud and it's right outside my window. We've chopped down a tree, we've ground up the tree, we've jackhammered on many different days. We've done sawing and cutting down of stuff. It's crazy. And they haven't even poured any concrete yet. So, yeah, it's not ideal. And then, like this weekend, no fault of their own, they don't work on weekends. That's how you can't drag these projects out that long if you don't work on weekends. So, unfortunately, or fortunately for me, bad for the channel, it's beautiful here right now. This in the middle of winter. I mean, here we are at the end of January, right? It's been pushing 60 Fahrenheit every day, sunny, not super windy, which usually if we get an uncommonly warm spell, it's because it's super, super windy. Hasn't even been that, so I've been trying to savor the time, hanging out with friends on the weekend, watched a lot of American football as well. That kind of came up. And I think tomorrow as well, a couple of my buddies were like, oh yeah, let's. It's supposed to still be so nice. Let's try to get the afternoon off and go hang out outside. So probably gonna get interrupted tomorrow. But they've got snow in the forecast for the weekend, so I really really want to get some normalcy back to the channel, to the streaming and all that, but hasn't been the case recently. So how have you? You said you were gonna go get some bread. So yeah, if you gotta go, we'd love to have you back in. I totally understand it. I'm not. There's free hall passes for everybody after my terrible attendance record, so don't worry about it. All right. Anyway, this is a brand new world. Pretty much, we started it in like a 2-hour stream, and we spent half the time talking to Skash and Swamp Fox the other day. So, mostly, its attributes are it's got some lumber, it's got some bees active, and it's got this kind of cool hill that I thought maybe could become a base type feature with a approach out to the river. We'll just kind of see how it plays out a little bit. But what I wanted to do was look at maybe a little bit more condensed, but a farm layout that could get us some early potatoes and wheat going while we try to figure out which way's up in this world. Oh, mobile. All right, we're going to the grocery store. Everybody get your snack lists ready for Raviolin. We're gonna go get some goodies, and this is a big tree. Um, I called dibs on riding in the cart. Can we get the little buggy? Which was more fun as a kid, guys? Was it more fun to ride around in the grocery buggy, or was it more fun to push the grocery buggy? I'm guessing everybody's kind of on the age-based thing. Like when you're little, there's nothing better than riding around on the grocery buggy. When you're a little bit older, there's nothing better than pushing it. Um, I don't know though. I was really bad at it. I think it's one of the. I don't know. Maybe this isn't even allowed anymore in modern parent or child rearing schools of thought. But um, so when you're really really little, you have to ride in the cart, right? Why do you have to ride in the cart? So you don't wander off and get lost, or because you can't walk yet, right? Those were the options. And then uh, I think the transition is smart moms are like, hey, why don't you push the buggy for me? Um, and mainly they were doing that so that your hands were attached to the buggy and you wouldn't wander off, right? Like it's pretty easy for a mom who's trying to like, oh, should I get this box of spaghetti or this box of spaghetti or whatever? Are these apples ripe or bad, right? To look at the stuff that she's trying to buy for food without having to worry about where's the kids at, right? And um, I think we can all relate to incidences as probably, hopefully, a little embarrassing as young kids. Yeah, goof around with them outside. Man, I'm a, my kind of fitness at this point in my life is walking, right? I go out, I try to walk briskly and go. I don't do quite as well in the winter, and right now it's talk about dumpster projects taking too long. We got a city water flow and path project that they've been working on for um, years, literally, and they're kind of working their way along the big path system that goes right by my house. So that makes it a little tougher. Um, but I always like part of my deal is recovering all the carts. Well, not all of them, but if I'm headed that way and I see because there's always grocery store or the little like convenience store carts sitting scattered around the paths, right? Like either I don't even know. I mean, I think if it was like homeless people using them, I don't think they'd leave them, right? It's like kids joyriding with the carts from the parking lots out onto the trails, and then they just wheel them wherever they're going. Then they leave them. They're all there. So every once in a while, I'll be a kind citizen and return a grocery store cart, push it back the way that they need it to, just kind of make my walks a little nicer, if nothing else. Um, but it's funny, yeah. It's still I don't know what the captivation is as kids with shopping carts, but yeah, they are fun. Um, where was that? Oh, kids and stores and all that, right? So I know. Um, I don't think I ever did like the topple the whole thing of oranges or anything like that. My worst sin, if it was, of grocery carts was when I was at that age where it was like, all right, well, push the cart. Now you gotta do it careful. I was inattentive as a cart driver as a child, and um, not only would I like bang into the displays of stuff because like I'm 8. 10, whatever, however old you are at that age. I don't know. So I'm thinking like race car driver, right? Like, take it easy, son. Take it easy. Little Hambbage, don't be rushing. Um, but I still, like, nobody would get mad or like super pissed, but I'd push the cart so that little like front fender thing would hit the back of little old ladies' like heels as they're walking, not intentionally, like totally through just like, oh, I'm pushing the cart, I'm walking along beside my mom, I'm looking at the cereal boxes or whatever, and there'd be some poor woman shopping there, and I'd run into the back of her, and then like, oh, and I still like, uh, saying like, I was old enough to know, like, you say you're sorry and try not to do that. But I remember one time I did it, and the woman, I was like, oh, I'm so sorry. Or I was probably just like, sorry. I was like, are you okay? And she's like, everyone to that point had either been kind enough or whatever to just totally be like, oh, it's fine, sweetie. This woman was just like, I'll live, but that really hurt. Just gave me the crusty look, and I'm like, oh, my mom's like, get right here. No more pushing the cart for you. Don't you leave my sight. Ah, the good times of childhood. I should be paying better attention. We're in a chest here. This is how we die. What I'm trying to do is make axes and tools. Cause look at how few tools we have yet. All right, let's make 2. I'll make just the. I don't think we're gonna get into some stone cutting just at the moment. So let's make shovels and axes. Oh yeah, yeah. You totally got to learn the like. Look, not everyone's your friend. Like I'm not here for your pleasure, little punk kid. And I wasn't even a punk. Yeah, I was a pretty good kid, right? I wasn't trying to. And I was. I. The only reason I'm sure I remember it is I was mortified that it had happened, right? But yeah, you gotta learn that. Though there's definitely that part of childhood when you learn that the world doesn't revolve around you, right? And I guess some adults struggle to learn that too, but that there's other people out there, and your actions can have consequences. Um, so yeah, poor little lady. I hope she's all right. Honestly, she's probably dead now because I'm not that young, and she wasn't that young at the time. So she's probably not shopping for groceries either way. But I don't think that my uh, whacking her in the back of the ankles with a shopping cart had any lasting negative effect on her. How do you get? Oh, you're going to get us snacks and bread, right? uh, Bread sounds tasty. I gotta go grocery shopping tomorrow, Raviola, and I was just thinking about that a little bit. It's part of why I don't think stream is gonna happen because in addition to hanging out with my friends, I think if I'm gonna do that in the middle of the day, and then we're gonna try to do trivia in the evening. I think I'm just gonna go errand running in the morning, and get a nice little. Well, I've had plenty of breaks, although even though it's been beautiful out and I've spent a lot of time outside, I've like almost maximized my screen time because on Sunday the American football there were 2 back-to-back games, so I watched all those, and then last night after a fair mix of being outside, I watched a couple of other streamers that I enjoy and this and that. Lost a hardcore Minecraft world of my own. Hang on, coffee. I haven't sipped it yet. Still very hot, but delicious. All right. So what I'm trying to do is all of that was to get some dirt so that we can move the edge of these future fields closer to the bees. Right. We've been blessed with natural bee nests, 2 of them. And we should okay, this is the absolute edge. So I think this is going to be our closest field edge. so that we can still have some like paths. And eventually, it would be great to be able to move those around. Who knows? Who knows what the future of this is or how far we go? But this will give us some room to work with and a good chance for those bees to come find our crops and help them grow up big and strong and tall and fast. Since we don't really have any food yet. And then we'll have our own snacks. All right. Yeah, see, it's all fitting while we're talking groceries today. So I did kind of stumble upon a modified version of my farm layouts. Normally, we do 4 crops because water. If you put down a bucket of water in a hole, like if I dug this out, put in water, it would irrigate crops up to 4 blocks away. So normally, what we do is go 64 blocks that way with a trench of water, and then make fields 4 blocks to the side of it. That way, when the potatoes are all grown up or whatever, you can have a full stack of potatoes and plant this entire row, and then do 4 of them, and have lots and lots and lots of goodies. But this landscape doesn't really play well into that. However, it might flip sideways. We might end up going that way in the long term. But we got to eat, right? So what I'm thinking is, if this is our edge, 1, 2, 3, 4, bonk, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, bonk, and these should still be 4 from the edge. All right. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, bonk. And we just have to hope these are right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, bonk. All right, that should totally get us started. So water. Putting on winter clothes. Oh man, by Saturday, that is going to be a brutal surprise. I wore, a lot of times I wear these like long sleeve, lightweight hoodies to stream in because I just love them. They're great. I just put on an extra t-shirt on one of those when I was out on Sunday. When I'm out just walking or stuff, usually I go early, so I got a light jacket. Nothing, no hats, no gloves. It's all the snow is long melted. It's been such a nice turn, and we get these here. We live right next to the mountains. We're in the high arid plains, so it's usually a lot of times it's sunny. We get around 300 days, so pretty good for getting sunshine. I don't want birch. I think I want these. Let's make some planks, and we're going to put these over the water so we don't fall in, and then we can put torches on top of those. And we can keep pushing this forward, right? So we bring that one further into play. But we got bees in the area here. But it's crazy. We got, you start feeling like, oh, it's springtime. Like, all right, no, no. It is not springtime, not at all. All right. Let's go here. 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll just kind of frame this out. First, because we're going to have to make new hose. And then for, I didn't grab those. All right, we got 18 wheat seeds. Get a little advancement for that. There we go. And then we'll put our potato. Oh, look at that. Stardew Valley style. A little rain must fall. So now we'll put our pumpkins on this side, and until we get more crops to have to worry about, we'll just do wheat expanding on that side, and potatoes. That's what they are on this side. Longtime viewers know, for some reason, potatoes and pumpkins, while speaking and just in trying to keep them straight, they give me real issues. Not in any sense of, I'm very clear on the distinction of the two. I like them both. But man, oh man, when you're just trying to talk like this, hanging out in the stream, counting what we're doing, I always want to call my potatoes pumpkins, my pumpkins potatoes, and tangle them on up. Now, the other thing I'm doing here is these are paths. You can see there's just that little bit of a lip there, and while I'm not perfectly certain that this is the case, I do believe that nothing can spawn on a path. Just like if you put carpet or half slabs or something, putting down paths lowers the block enough, or makes a really tall one but not a full block, and that limits spawning. It's expensive in the sense that it eats up the durability of your tools to make paths, but it saves you on materials. So I think while we're waiting to sleep here, and I don't know how far into the day we are. Oh my goodness. All right. There. Make a whole bunch of these. Probably find we don't need them all, but let's get our fields in and soaked, right? They'll suck their water out of these little water sources here. But now while we do a little bit of exploring in this area, try to get some more materials and clear a little bit more of the area, our new food will be growing. All that wheat we have means it's not a critical thing. We can make as much bread as we need to. We don't even have to go to the store, Raviolin. All we have to do is combine those stacks of wheat by threes to make loaves of bread. So we can eat. It's not the best food for like combat, because it's not going to give you a whole bunch of saturation or health right away, but it'll get us started. Yep. And I absolutely, I've so missed and not even really been in a Tolkien place at the moment for a while now. I've been sort of enjoying 1984 by George Orwell as an audiobook, and I am baffled. I swear we had that as an assigned reading in high school English. We ended up with a whole lot of those. All right, can I finally sleep? Good. Let's get this rain out of here. Yeah, I absolutely have spent my entire adult life knowing the references to Room 101, the Ministry of Truth, right? Freedom is slavery, hate is love, all that kind of stuff. Big Brother's watching, all that. I'm very familiar with the work, and I swear that we were all assigned, in uh, later English classes that we were assigned 1984. Read the whole book in class. Listening to the audiobook, I'm pretty sure I didn't read that whole book in high school. And I'm wondering, maybe they even told us that it was abridged. Maybe we had selected readings from it, and I just didn't know. Um, it's heavy, and of course, the Room 101 and the third part of that book is the whole thing. It's dystopian. It's a cautionary tale of how badly things could go, and why you've gotta be careful, just letting yourselves be spoon fed with stuff. But along the way, wow, there's some themes and depictions in there that I certainly didn't recall coming across from high school, and it certainly seems much longer and more dragged out. So I may have just skimmed it. I mean, let's face it, right? Back in the day, I might have skipped over some sections. Um, but yeah, it's been good, and good to go back to it as an adult. But it's one of those where you're like listening, you fall asleep, you wake up, you're like, oh, it played. Now I got to go back to try to find where I was at and start from there again. So lots of nights of that. I wish I could say I had like highbrow movie watching or anything like that, but I really don't. Last night I watched the first three John Wicks, masterpieces of cultural literature and filmmaking. Um, what we may do, because this is kind of a, I don't know. I want to. Let's just do this. All right, let's do this. Let's go. It's gonna be a huge mess, but that's okay. We could go. Let's move you over. Let's make this our little workspace, and let's go. And then, sorry, tree. Gotta trim you a little bit. I feel bad for the trees after my tree got chopped down. Man, it wasn't my tree, so I don't really have a say in it. But the tree outside my place, we dwelt on it. I'm over it, but I do miss my tree. Yeah, my tree had to give itself, like the Giving Tree, to make the dumpster slab project happen. It did have and the emerald ash borers, I know, so um, I can't too strongly fault them. Like, oh yeah, how dare you cut down that beautiful fine old tree just for a dumpster, which it was kind of my take, but knowing that it only had a few more years and that it was just going to be increasingly afflicted once those trees get hit with those little borer beetle things, they're pretty much done. Remind me about that. I'll go back. Talk about that at some point because um, interesting connotations, right? There are several different tree types in the Americas, at least, that have basically gone extinct, and not in all that long a time span. It's pretty dang scary. Um, uh, yeah, well, so here's the problem, Raviolan, because if I would even approach them and say like, hey, um, I understand, you guys had to do your thing and all that, but here's some a donation for a couple of small saplings. If you guys want to put in more mature trees, add that to it or whatever. Like I don't. They're corporate and all that, so who knows? But um, I'm all about, and I'm not one of these that, oh, no tree could ever be touched or anything like that. I understand very much the progress, but I am all about, if you're going to cut down a tree, and you need to, to do a building project or whatever, plant two little ones, right? Just always do a little more, to get back or to make up for all those people that aren't looking out. And again, if you're, you know, if it's my choice here, I'd be like, hey, spend a couple $100 for your residence and get some shade and all that back in. The problem is, this was on a little tongue of ground, right? And it's basically, it backs up to a set of garages, and it's kind of catty corner to where I'm at, which is the noise issue. Um, and so against the garage, two, I don't know, maybe 8 foot wide dumpsters can sit side by side. And these are I don't know if dumpster translates across countries, but it's the large rectangular trash bins, right? Not like you would just have at your house and put out at the curb, but the big ones with opening lids. Think Never Ending Story, the one that the kid jumps in, to hide from the bullies. That's a dumpster. So I've got two of those kind of side by side, and they used to have a little privacy fence around them that was 4 feet high, right up to the lip of the dumpsters, and you could throw your trash over into the dumpsters, right? Lift up the lid a little bit, toss them in. I don't know what the complete plan is here, what the vision is for what they're doing. They may not like the fact that most people don't want to walk in with the dumpsters. They just reach over the thing, lift up the lid a little bit, but that could be problematic because it gets a little messy, right? The kids that can't really reach it just toss them and all that. We've never had a big issue here. My biggest issue with the ones by me are squirrels and raccoons, trying to get in, and even then, it's not too messy. They'll just pull out food, and sometimes you'll come out. There'll be like a row of apple cores or something along the fence top, where animals have pulled those back up out of it and sat on the fence top to watch for predators and things as they eat during the night. So whether they're trying to get rid of that and make the fence a little higher, or just more substantial, make it look a little better. It didn't look terrible, but they tried to improve it. They were just kind of flimsy, so each time the trash trucks would open the big gates and wheel them out, the gates would get all cattywampus and all that, and not hang straight. So they take a beating, and sometimes they get beat up. I hope they're going to put in building to building recycling bins. So I have one right here. We have one recycling station at the far side of the complex, and it's basically only for broken down cardboard, which I don't have a lot of, but I have a lot of glass and that kind of stuff that I would very happily recycle if I could, do it as I take out my trash instead of having to make a special trip all the time. So yeah, let's see what happens. I kind of lost. Oh, the trees, and so there's this. So beyond those dumpsters, it's like a little pie wedge piece, right? And that's the widest, and then it gets more narrow up between a parking space and the little drive through the parking lot. And at the very tip of that triangle is a fire hydrant plug, right? The things where the firefighters come and connect the hoses. So that's not going anywhere. And then there was the tree, and we're talking maybe 6 feet all the way around, and this was a big mature tree. So I really don't think that they can put anything else into that spot. They did grind the stump down several feet below the surface and filled it all back in, but you can't just put a new tree on top of that. Its roots are going to grow down and get stuck. So I don't think I get a new tree there ever. I don't know if they'll put some more into a bigger little island in the middle of the parking lot that has one big pine tree, but for me, alas, the shade will not be coming back ever in my lifetime here. We'll see someday, but I'd love if they put more trees anywhere else on the property. For better or worse, the big grassy areas on this property actually have a lot of trees. They've got a lot of mature trees out along the main street. So it is fairly nice. Those are all just behind the building from where I'm at. So, but we'll see. But you're right. Maybe I should plant a tree just for fun. I have planted trees as a young lad in the Scouts. I did some big tree plantings where like as a weekend camping project or whatever, we'd go camp and go to a park where they were doing plantings and plant, maybe for the bunch of kids, right? Maybe 100 trees, but it felt like a million. Um, as an adult, my buddy bought a house that had a yard. We planted lots of trees in that yard, and one that we affectionately called Little Tree, I planted. It was a pine. When they handed out little like tiny little, like 6-inch sapling kind of things at work one day, right after I'd gotten out of university, and came back home and was like, "Hey man, I got a little tree." Planted it. Little tree became visible over the it was the side of the house a little bit, but it got visible, probably grew to 20 feet, and I was there for 15 years or so. So I mean, it was a pine tree. It had plenty of time to grow, but it grew fat. It became a deal where we had to like trim it from below to be able to mow and stuff underneath it. But yeah, it's a great little tree. That's Of all the trees in my life, that's probably the one that I've most closely watched grow up and been like, yeah, all right, good tree. You're out on your own. You can do it. Look at that. We got mutton. Food. I'm still trying to figure out the sorting here. So this is going to be the food box. We got all this wheat already. Usually I go cooked food down here. And then apples and eggs are food. Eggs technically are an ingredient. You can't eat an egg. You can eat apples, but we'd rather eat them crusted in gold. So everybody brush your teeth so you don't chip one on the deal. And now we can... Maybe we'll leave that. Let's put... Oh, come on. This goes there. This will be our... It's probably a bad idea to put our treasure right out on the river. Not for any in-game reason, just for fun. And then it would be trees and dirt and gravel, so those can go there. All right, now I don't feel quite as listless. Got all that set. Let's chop our way this way and see what we're about to run into, and if we could potentially set up fields going sideways across this distance. Plus, if we find a cool cave or something to go down into exploring and looking for iron, that would be fine with me. So yeah, I watched John Wick. Has been the only thing really recently other than American football on Sunday. But the prior week, I watched the new Netflix series, The Brothers Soon or Son. And I liked it. I was talking with, just friends. Oh man, I found this series. Oh yeah, I started watching that. Didn't really hit. Okay. I enjoyed it. Again, I seem to be gravitating to this violent entertainment of late. But the other thing I watched was a movie that I'd somehow missed, but I absolutely enjoyed the heck out of it. Arkansas. Anybody remember that? It was a couple years old. Had some decently big actors and actresses in it. John Malkovich, Vince Vaughn. Man, what's the female actress's name? She's awesome. Is it Vivica? I don't know. It was a while ago. And is it the other Oh, see, this. See, I should start thinking about this now for trivia purposes. But is it who's the Thor dude? You know, in the Avengers and all that. I think does that guy have a brother? Lesser known. I think that guy was kind of the lead in it. But it was ensemble. They called it neo noir crime. I thought that was it wasn't that unique. You kind of guess immediately where it was going to go, but it was good. I wonder if I didn't miss it though at the time because it was probably towards the end of Ozark, and I was like, oh, it's just the same thing. Um, Not exactly, and definitely a movie worthy of being made, but not all that. Then I guess the clunker of everything I've seen of late. Um, oh no, it was Korean. Um, Not exactly zombie, but like dystopian, post-apocalyptic future. Lots of kung fu and guns and combat. Um, uh, there's like an apartment complex with science experiments going on. Um, Hunter or something. Anyway, uh, I only see this. I don't like to, usually if I just see something that didn't hit, it doesn't even register. I don't talk about it. But I talk so much about Train to Busan and some of the other great Korean stuff that I've enjoyed that probably worth saying. Like, yeah, just like here or anywhere else, uh, their film studios are like, oh, hey, we can just use some stars or whatever and make a quick low budget action flick and know that audiences will pay to see it, and it's kind of crap. That was one of these movies, right? We call them popcorn movies in the states here. Like usually they're the summer action ones. Like you're gonna turn your brain off and see it. Um, just so happened that having more recently watched the John Wick, the first three of those, and some well done violent action flicks. Uh, that wasn't it. It was just like, oh, okay, this is it badly dubbed. No, I there may have been subtitles. Subtitles are always the way to go. Um, and I don't think it was going to change the whole thing. But it may have made it feel less cheap. If you're listening to the actors and actresses speak in their own language, even if you don't understand the words, you're getting that intonation and emotion and stuff coming through, and you get you've got to be invested enough though to be sitting there reading the text as you go. Um, but you'll have a guaranteed a better movie experience. And I know there's a lot of people, man, I'm not anything I gotta watch subtitles on. I'm not bothering. And if it's if I'm put onto something like this is a really good movie, I'm gonna look for the subtitles. But this was dubbed, and it was dubbed kind of, you had that feel of old '80s kung fu movie dubbing kind of stuff, right? And it just whether it was by budget constraints or a thematic choice, the English speakers who were doing the dubbing kind of I'm looking at the pig. I was going to say they kind of hammed it up, right? They kind of gave it that tone where the villain had just a goofy voice, and the emotions were overplayed and not at all naturally. And I don't know if it's fair to hold the movie to that. Gosh, it's like bus station hunters or something. Well, their town was like the bus station, right? Bread. Oh, no. What kind of bread did you get? A nice rye, some sourdough. cakey white French loaf. A little nice crust on it. Like the mass-produced sandwich bread. That's honestly when I get bread, that's usually what I get because I don't eat that much of it, and so like being here, if I get a whole like fancy loaf, very often it will start to go bad. Um, and it's like I love fresh made good breads. Um, in his retirement, my dad has even taken on making some bread. So that's a treat. Or at a nice restaurant or going into a bakery, whatever. It's amazing. But yeah, I just if I've got a craving or something like that, even if I go and eat a couple pieces of it, I'm gonna be like, all right, well, now I've had that. Um, so yeah, it's a treat. If I'm like out at a restaurant that has actually really good breads and things like that. So oh, nice. Yeah, like the like a kind of an all grain with some sunflower and sesame and all that. Almost, I know it's certainly not, but it's like the everything bagel of loaves of bread. Yeah, I like that. That's like the full on healthy. Now I like it's not quite as fun for me for toast or something like that. Um, but if you're trying to be healthy and eat healthy, or for me, if I'm like trying to knock off a few pounds and all that, yeah. For what bread I'm gonna have, one of those uh, all grain, whole grain and seed breads are yeah perfect. Yeah, 100%. They're like bird food, right? Totally. I'm so with you, Raviola, and I know exactly what you're talking about, and get that same feeling myself. Yeah, it's a bit like for anybody who doesn't know what I'm talking about or what Raviolin's comments are alluding to. If you've ever had the bird feed there there's like bird feeders, right? The little like house looking thing. You open up the top of it, get a bag of seeds, pour them in there, and you'll put in like some thistle or sunflower or whatever, and the birds will go in and pick them and inevitably spill a whole bunch of them all over the ground underneath it, and then you'll have a whole bunch of thistles or sunflowers or whatever growing right in your rocks or through your patio or whatever. But there are also the little like pre-molded bird feeders that are more like you get them here usually at like Christmas time or something. It'll be like in the shape of a bell or a candy cane or a wreath or something like that. But they're basically like peanut butter and seeds all mashed together and then molded into a shape, and they put a string through it, hang it on some kind of a framework, and the birds come and just eat away at it, or the squirrels tear it down the first day and eat it in the snow. Whichever way it goes, they're fun. But yeah, I kind of like, oh man, if I put peanut butter on this, it's one of those decorative. Oh, there's another bee house. So this is good because if we clear out and put flowers by it, bees won't just spontaneously appear there, but we've got bees in the area that hopefully we could, if we breed them repeatedly, they'll just wander off and they might find this and inhabit it. So that is a good bonus. But we've used up our existing axes, and look at all this extra territory we've cleared out. Very good. How did I do that? I must have broken the old axe and forgotten. So yeah, we got to keep an eye out for bees. We're gonna have to go find flowers to be able to feed them, and hopefully they don't wander off. Oh no. Okay, we need to get some more stone too. Into the tree box. Oh, 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 not going to be short of wood here at the start. Got some more seeds. We've got and mushroom. You need a red one and a brown one to make anything edible out of those. But we do have these seeds. And sorry, chicken duck Chuck. We got to do what we can here. So while we've been doing all this tree chopping, this was the point. And there's one of the bees. So as long as we have 2 and flowers, and we have had 2 early. I think I had 5 of those. I gave 2 to them, and then planted the other 3. They should be happy expanding bees. All right. Crops doing good. Wait, what's a cute idea? Feeding the bees? Oh, that is it's fun and amazing, and I love the bees, but it's also a vital part of my Minecraft strategy. Yeah. No laughing matter about the bees. Made friends with a pigeon. I don't live in a city place, so I'm pretty indifferent about pigeons. I know a lot of people are like, man, they're just like sky rats, right? They are messy and dirty. As a bit of a birder, certainly targeting a lot of birds and going on outings and stuff with birders. I've done a few bird counts and stuff. I think it's very fair to call myself a birder, although I'm pretty passive at the moment because with streaming and all that, it's tough to just be like, yeah, I'm gonna go for a full day out and check out the countryside. With generally speaking, a bunch of older folks who are very, very keen to teach you stuff. It's amazing. But generally speaking, it was to get photographic subjects for myself. But I learned a ton. Absolutely. If anybody's wondering, like, man, I wish I knew a little bit more about nature, or man, I wish I'd get out more, doing hikes and stuff like that. But either I'm not in good enough shape, or I don't really know the area. Maybe I just moved and I don't know where good places to go would be, or the pace. You go out walking with friends or whatever, and they're like, "Oh, we're jogging now, go!" And you're like, "No, I don't want to. I want to be a little more leisurely." Find some kind of a birding nature club in your area. Generally speaking, they are. Gonna be highly utilized by the senior communities in the area. Those are the people that retired, whatever. They're looking for something to do. They're looking to be active because they've realized that you move, you live. You don't, you're in trouble. They like to get out. They know, hey, the good things in life aren't always on the screen. They're the things you go out and see and get surprised by, and they share their knowledge. They're so grateful to have, when I was doing most of my photography, I was pretty much in my 30s, and it would be evident that they were like, oh my God, it's so great to have someone that's just out here taking an interest and wanting to learn. And great little interaction. I'm not saying I made best friends with anybody out there, but at the time, this was when blogging was a bigger deal, and at the time, I at least got to a knowing acquaintance level with a number of the other nature type photographers in the area. Who maintained birds, and a lot of those gravitate to birds. So, yeah, this fun kind of community, a little bit like Twitch or something like that, where you're all producing content, you're all feeding off one another, you're learning from each other. Great stuff. Look at our little bee over there. All right. This is the pigeon story for anybody not in chat. I don't have strong feelings about pigeons, but I've been watching them a lot at my little bird feeder, and I started recognizing some. I started feeding one in particular so that he learned to wait for it or to make noises for me to come to the window. I wonder if he's going to become the most well-fed individual in the area. That's awesome. Oh, so cool. I've never had pet birds or anything like that really. We always had feeders. Again, I grew up in Minnesota, which is northern central continental northern United States, um, and very very prolonged cold, harsh winters. So the birds that do overwinter are very grateful for feeders and that kind of stuff, and it's fun. When you've got a long cold we'd go outside and play hockey or skiing or any of that kind of stuff. But it's not like you're just spending time out there a whole lot until I got old enough that I was cross country skiing and running. And so even when the weather was bad, I would, for training purposes, I'd go, out around a lake on the trails and stuff like that, and would see a little bit more nature. But just eating meals and stuff, looking out the window and seeing the birds coming to the feeder is great. So that's amazing. And it's part of the reason why I kind of backed off of the whole photography and birding thing. It wasn't that I didn't greatly enjoy it. It's that, man, like so many other things, very gatekeepery. Um, People get invested, right? Oh, I helped form this community of bird watchers or whatever. Therefore, so I go. And then you got university trained scientist people, and they've got a particular emphasis that they're putting on things. You've got environmentalists, you've got forestry service people and whatnot. You've got ecotourism, tourism people. They've all got an angle too, right? Everybody has their way that you're supposed to do any of these things, and of course, there's lots of debates about. You definitely can look at climate change and all that kind of stuff through the lens of birds. They're an indicator. Well, there's all kinds of different species of birds, but there's lots that you can look at and learn the lessons of habitat loss and the implication of that on populations of birds. And with things like Christmas bird counts or annual breeding bird surveys and things like that, you're actually adding citizen science to databases of where birds exist and populate. So, oh, yeah, an ad. Anyway, the debate among the birding community about feeders is, oh, there are some people that are like, if you feed the birds, you're the devil. You are violating the natural cycle, and it's awful. You're actually threatening the bird. And honestly, most agree, you're not doing that much harm unless you start to feed birds and then halfway through the winter you stop. If you're not steadily providing them at least a food source that can be counted on rotationally, you're very much putting them at risk of not migrating when they need to like when autumn comes or into winter. A lot of birds start migrating like right at the height of summer, and you don't even know it, but they're going, whether you're here in the United States and they're going to South America, or you're in Eurasia and they're going down into Africa or into the Indonesian islands, they start moving very, very early. When we think it's, oh my gosh, it's so hot, we're still in the midst of summertime, they're already moving because it's a two-way process, right? And you got to get gone before the conditions change to where you can't survive. Now, just like us, birds have different tolerances and preferences and things like that. And in their case, some have heavy plumage and larger body size, bigger energy stores so that they can uh, endure those cold snaps and cold temperatures much more easily. And of course, the woodpeckers and the seed eaters and some of those are going to be much more um, suited, there we go, to surviving in such environments than, say, a flycatcher, right? Or swallows or things like that that want to be feeding on swarms of insects. Well, as soon as you get freezes, those insects all die and or go dormant. Like a bees all hustling together in their hives and staying warm that way. Um, so if you're a flying insect eater, there's no flying insects around when it's super super cold or even below freezing. So yeah, you're gonna get real hungry. So those birds have all left. But some of the birds that work on flowers and those kind of things that have fragile type seeds, they'll hang out and they'll chill and go. Oh, well, I'm not finding these at the flower beds, but these seeds up in this little feeder look awesome. I'm gonna keep eating those, and they stick around, right? And then you go on holiday or something like that, and for 2 weeks, um, you don't get to see the pretty birds at the window, but while you're gone, those birds have gone, there's nothing else for me to fill in the gap. What do I do now? And they likely um, don't have enough energy then stockpiled to make the long flights to get far enough south. Hey, Nate, what's up? So for Raviolin, I'm not judging at all. Like I said, I've had feeders, definitely maintain them, and I think they're a lot of good. And as most in the community would agree, the benefits of the awareness of birds and keeping an eye out for them is greatly outweighs the risks that you have. Even if you do go on holiday for whatever, and the feeders run low, uh, nature's pretty resilient. A lot more than we often get led to believe if you just believe the media and the hype about how awful we all are. It's how it's all always our faults, but it is something to be aware of. Anyway, Nate, you're awesome. So glad you're here. We're talking groceries and bird feeding at the moment. You ever had a pet bird, Nate? I know you got rodents. Do you have any birds? Raviolin has a not quite pet, a wild pigeon that has taken to knowing when to arrive for the good foods. I had a boss back in the day whose family, when he was a kid, had a wild crow or raven. I think it was a crow that had been injured, and they weren't bringing it inside to keep it as a pet, but they fed it and got it kind of Stardew Valley Emily style, patched it back up, got it recovered, and it basically lived on their eaves and stuff, and as mimics, crows, all the blackbirds, but crows in particular, are just as conversant, if given the chance, as parrots and things like that cause. But he said they had it talking, and it hung around for years. Just again, free to fly around the neighborhood and all that, but knew their home. They would feed, and so it would come and keep them company. It's awesome. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I'm almost certain there are species of titmice in America. I know I've seen them in the UK, but I don't think I've had any where I live. Um, I did think it was funny. So there's I, I'm a big fan of the American game show Jeopardy. Um, I early on was an okay fan of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire in the states. I don't know how it's evolved in Europe or if it's in other countries. In England, I don't know if it's evolved into other countries or not. But for me, the best part of the American game show Jeopardy is the quantity of trivia questions that are being posed to the contestants and also the audience as our half-hour show plays out. Right, it's awesome. Gets you thinking, and it's not just reality TV, seeing the pressure of the people and all that. Most American game shows these days, especially in like an evening primetime deal, are not at all about the quality of the game or anything. It's about trying to cast a whole bunch of different personality types and getting the banter and interplay and all that, right? But they've got one right now with the actor Rob Lowe as the host, and it is called The Floor. And the premise, in way quick, is you get little light up pieces of floor. Everybody stands on one. There were 81, I think, to start. Like I think it's a 9 by 9 area, and everybody has a section. And you also came into the game with a topic or area of expertise that you said. And that, you I guess when you applied, it would say like we're looking for people with a trivia thing. What's your best area? What would be your topic to defend? And it could be some people were like international foods or rock stars or um, media. Well, I guess not media personality so much, but like dogs, medical equipment, ad logos, sports franchises, that kind of stuff, right? And they go around, and so those people have their thing to defend, and then they just pick someone at random and go, okay, uh, who are you going to challenge? And they can challenge if this is my square, right? I'm standing here, and if the game was just starting, they go for the whole season though. So I'm sitting here, and let's say mine was Minecraft trivia, right? So I know more about Minecraft um, than I think anybody else in the game knows. So I'm gonna say that's my category. I'm gonna defend it, and then all these people have said something else. Let's say this one is birds and bird feeding, right? So I say I think I know a lot about that too. I'm gonna challenge that person, and then we go head to head and we do a little trivia deal, and they either show pictures or audio or logos or whatever it may be. I would assume for birds, and this is how it came up. In birds, they show pictures of different species of birds. Like, oh, is that a mallard? Is that a goose? Is that a cardinal? Right? And so you go through and they had insects too, right? And a lot of them are really easy, but then there's some that are like, wow, I don't know what that is. And both people have their own timers, and the quicker you answer the questions, it passes back to the other person, and their timer starts counting down, kind of like chess. And if you pass, which you can do, it runs off 3 seconds, and until you get a right answer, the clock doesn't go back to the other person. Um, and when your minute or whatever is up, you're done. You lose if your time ran out before the other person. So they bounce back and forth. But I saw a commercial for it the other day, and the category was birds, and they in a commercial they just blurb something up there, and the woman is like stuck, and they have to pass, and it pops robin, and it was a European robin, the actual robin redbreast, which Americans just kind of accept. I didn't know the difference at all as a little kid. My dad was from England, um, but you hear about robin redbreast and all that kind of stuff. In America, the American robin is actually a member of the thrush family, and it has an orange belly, and otherwise a larger brown bird. The UK robin, or I assume European, is a much smaller bird. For Americans, think um, maybe like an eastern bluebird or something. It's pretty compact, little guy, and it is much higher up on the chest, right? Like underneath the head, it has a band of uh, even brighter orange going across. They're very cute little birds, and they obviously inspire rhymes and all that. If anybody's read the Secret Garden knows about the little robin. The girl follows to. Was it Mary? Was that the girl? It's been a long time. But follows to the wall where the secret garden lies. Um, anyway, this American-based game show popped up a European robin. Of course, I knew. I've been to England since I was doing the photography stuff. I know European robins, and I was like, that's a European robin, and they popped it, and of course the person got it wrong. I'm like, that's pretty tough, man. If you're pulling a species not from the continent where the people playing the game are and popping it out, that's easy. Um, so that just random. But it just goes to show the more you know about that kind of stuff, the better off you are. And I'm so glad that you not only have feeders, Raviolin, but that you've got a pigeon friend. That's amazing. I hope it doesn't give you avian flu or anything like that. All right. We've kind of cleared this. So the idea was, and I think we certainly could, if we look all the way over there, that would be 64 blocks. It would take some digging out and some leveling. We don't have to do that immediately. That's why we've got these smaller fields. The next two orders of business are finding out where we want to make our home. I think I went early on that one. And going out exploring some more. And excuse that. Oh my god, that burp was hideous. I ate pretty late. I had ham and eggs with some green onion. Very delicious, but apparently when mixed with coffee and shaken by speech, it concocts a nasty burpee brew. So excuse me. Dude, I don't know what the oh, it's a party emote. The, like Scream guy with the lightsabers party emote or glows. I guess if it's a party emote, they got to be glow sticks. Kind of look like lightsabers though. Yeah, and that's the little bit scary thing, Raviolin. Um, that some of those species get well, it everywhere, but here in particular, and I led off kind of into this whole area talking about trees, and in the United States, how we've really in 100 years or so lost several types of trees almost completely. The American chestnut, right? Like we around the holidays, we all sing about roast chestnuts roasted on open fire and all that, right? You can't find American chestnuts anymore. It's because there was an invasive disease that went through it and basically eradicated all the American chestnuts, and that one happened kind of outside of my awareness and beforehand. That I kind of learned historically going back. Yeah, I guess I really haven't had many chestnuts that I can think of. They're not really much of a thing anymore. And there may be a few, they may keep some isolated or whatever, but with trees and things like that. Now the good thing is, if that population drops and there are enough viable trees out there, that have been protected, whether through arboretums or who knows what, I don't know, that whatever the pest was wouldn't have a supply source to prevent it, and then you could eventually reintroduce and start to spread them again, and hopefully they could make a comeback. I don't know what the time cycles on those kind of things are at all. What I do know is that when I was a kid, Dutch elm disease was huge, and at that time, my grandparents' street had like when I grew up, we didn't have like sidewalks on the edge of our streets or anything like that. Like you always saw, suburban America, right? There were sidewalks with a little strip of grass out between that and the street, and kids would ride their bikes on them and all that. My aunt and uncle and cousins lived on a similar thing. They all lived in the city of Minneapolis, which might have been part of it, but when the city was developing all those neighborhoods, they used elm trees as the boulevard. They were called the boulevard trees because they grew tall and spread wide, and would offer shade and beauty to the communities around, and were just an appealing thing. I don't know. This was way before my time when they built their house and all that was going on, but I know when I was a little kid, they were these big, magnificent trees, and it would be much like driving down. Ah, was that squid dying? Maybe. Yep. Oh. So when we were little kids, you'd drive along my grandparents' street, and there were these massive trees, and it was like driving down a cathedral, right? You'd go through, the sun would be filtering through between the various trees, but they would come up into these nice arched streets, and it was beautiful. I still remember it. And I remember being pretty little when they came through the city, and we're like, yep, circled like all but two of them as Dutch elm, and by the time I was a teenager, they'd come through and gotten rid of the rest. Dutch elm killed them all. And now, of course, the tree that I had, which is what led to it, the emerald ash borer. We also, here in the Mountain West, and with all the big wildfires over the past few summers, we've talked about the mountain pine beetle, and the beetle kill pines that have fueled a lot, obviously drought and all that too, but all these massive, huge swathes of 100% uniform pine trees, all killed by an invasive pest, and then left to dry and ultimately burn unchecked because they were just standing campfire. Like a campfire the size of several mountains put together, all just spread out and unchecked. Bad recipe when you get a little drought, not much summer rain. Oof. We've seen, sadly, what can happen then. But birds do the same thing for us. They kind of let us know when invasive stuff comes in. Like here in the U.S., I don't know that it's a widely known story, but the idea or the reality is not super early, probably I'm guessing somewhere around the turn of the 19th century, so like 1800s or whatever. New York is a city at the time, right? It's not all concrete and steel, but it's a big city, and it's not frontier. The colonies are well established. America's on its way. It's a city, and things like Central Park in New York are already there, and big stately houses and hotels and all that kind of stuff. And Transplant decided that it was sad not having all of the different birds that Shakespeare referenced in his plays available to be seen in the Central Park in New York. So what's he do? Goes back gets on a ship from England with assumably cages, but he's got all these different birds, several of which are house finches, um, starlings, and I think he tried to bring robins as well. They just didn't do as well or didn't establish. But with no competition, European starlings and common house finches blew up. And now they are prolific across the entire country. You see just tens of thousands swarms of starlings, um, and you get house finches are much loved feeder bird. I didn't even really look around. I was like, oh, let's get these pumpkins. So that's where we've kind of been setting up, and I don't think we've looked this way. I think we came from the river on that side. There's ocean way out there, I believe, and some grasslands with I think a lot of pillagers hanging out that way. But we've got spruce forest. That's nice. More of this belt of forest going that way, and some prairie maybe. Looks like some ocean out here. Got a cave up here. Go check that out in a second. Here we go. Yeah, and you just hope that there's enough afterwards. Wow. I almost fell in that hole. That could have been this world done. If there's monsters down in that little hole, we don't we don't have much clothing on. Oh, by the way, oh, my little grass skirt, my luau shirt. Can't see my pig bristles for hair or my trotter feet. Kind of covered up by my shoes. You got little pig trotters. I got my bristles up on the dome. Oh, excuse me for that too. I realized as I was about to go live, all of a sudden I start like coughing a little bit. I start sniffling. None of that. I haven't had any kind of issue. I'm like, oh, go figure. Yeah, I'm about to start streaming, so it makes sense that my nose will start running. But I have been spending lots of time outside the last couple of days, so that could be a thing here. Also, it was so nice on Sunday that while in the later afternoon into the evening, while I was watching the American football games after having been outside, I just opened up all my doors and windows. And that's another silver lining of not having a tree anymore. I realized as I had the broom out and was sweeping away all the little leaf bits so they wouldn't blow and track back into my place. My deck should stay much, much, much cleaner without a massive tree dumping all its leaves on it. So there's that. Um, so I swept all that up, opened it up, and while it's beautiful, right? It's getting up into the 60s, and with the sun and all that, it feels super nice and warm and pleasant. Perfect. But the temperature is technically a bit lower than when I'm inside here. I keep it 66 or so, which is, I don't know, moderately cool. I think a lot of people would use that as like their nighttime temperature while they're sleeping. I just keep it that way. I don't mind throwing on a sweatshirt, or if I'm chilling on the couch having a blanket or something like that to pull over me. Just, yeah, you know, act like a human, put on clothes, dress accordingly, and you don't have to overheat your home. But in the interest of not trying to heat the interior air up to 65 when it was slightly cooler than that outside, or just likely to dip down, getting the fresh air inside. I turned off the heat so it wouldn't be running the whole time the house was open, and then I forgot to turn it back on. I woke up at like 5 o'clock the next morning, Yeah, it was about 60 in here, and 60's getting chilly. I was definitely like, I knew as soon as I woke up, I was like, oh man, it's cool. I wonder if I could grab another blanket for my bed. I was like, nope, I forgot to turn the heat back on, and it just cooled off that extra 5 degrees or whatever through the course of the night. But it wasn't too bad. But that could be contributing to the sniffle too. All right, we got some more rock, and we got iron and coal a little bit. Nothing crazy, but that cave was good. And we get to look around. So I think we'll try to get out to that ocean. Um, Start here, cook that. We got pumpkins, some eggs. Oh, I gotta blow my nose. How are we doing on ads? Oh, we're like way in the middle. Hang on a second. I'm gonna escape this so I don't get in trouble. I'm gonna blow my nose and sip some coffee. Right, you are Raviolin. It does. I I often try to hold the terrace. We could probably do something a little more like this and build the terraces up. Um, the bulk speed of tending to the crops is so much faster when they're all on a single level, and you just go out and back and don't have to worry about it. That's why I tend to level all that out. But yeah, maybe we'll um, do some of that. Mix it up. All right, more logs down. We got this. I'm gonna need torches and more axes. Let's put this dirt away. Sorry, usually these are all in a pattern, and I have to think a little more about where's what. Oh, now I got the hiccups. Dang it. Alright. Cobble. Carry the shorter stack. How we doing on this coal? Man, we need coal bad. I don't know why that's in there. After this iron cooks, iron is cooked. Let's cook. I was like, why is that not going? Because I haven't moved this stuff out. Let's make a shirt. Keep us surviving a little bit more. All right, the sun is going down that way. I think we're gonna start our next boat adventure. But before we do that, give me. I'm not going anywhere now, but you guys can't see it as I check to make sure we have a spawn. But for our Treemendous world, I have not noted where our camp is. I'm gonna call it B camp because I don't know if it'll be our forever home or not, but and we'll just sleep before we head out. But here I'm looking at block and well, block. So you see the gap. I don't know if you guys can see my. Yeah, you can see my cursor. All right, so you got the gap below XYZ, which you can use as well, but block it's just easy to read. Negative 346 is our X. Negative 1269 is our Z, and those will get us back here if we get turned around or lost on our adventure. 1269. Yeah. All right. Wow. Everything falling apart. All right, I got to save on a notepad on my PC so that we can find our way back. Now, we just got to wait for that sun to... Well, I think we could jump. Here, let's go do these couple extra wheats. Okay. Also, if we get far enough away, our crops don't grow. Nothing happens, right? These chunks will become unloaded and idle. So, even doing this helps a little bit. So, flowers, shipwrecks, villages. We're looking for... we need so much of everything that really can't go wrong. This is the problem. This is why long, big fields are a little nicer. Again, though, it's the potatoes far more than the wheat right at the moment. Wheat is critical for raising cows and sheep. Oh, man, I got... I think I might have to have another break for a big coughing fit. Hang on. Sleep first. Let me sip some more coffee. Let's see if that helps. It's like I had something on the back of my throat. It's awful. All right. Sticks away. Oh, no. Torches. Let's take half. That's a stack. And I think we're not like planning to do a big old caving expedition. We'll see if one presents itself. That's cool. Let's do that. And now I gotta get 2 more of those. You know what? 3 is fine. Let's go see what there is to be seen first. We'll go from there. All right, so out to the ocean. There's our bee. This is why I'm worried about our little bees, because they take damage like that when they flit in the water, and I don't want them to die. So I'd love to have a big surplus where we can just keep breeding them, basically sending out extras, and if there should be any incidents, we'll just get the newest ones to fill back in for the ones that we lost. All right, so as far as I remember, this is all new, unexplored. But what there should be are flowers out in this grassland. That's our #1 mission so that we can feed our bees. And, yeah, right here, I'm just going to go take the flowers. That might be our same hill that we were just up on. Might be 1 or 2 in between, but... I'd love to kind of ultimately use that as a big... I don't know why I'm shying away from hitting this grass. Worst case, we get some more seeds. Expand our little farm plot. All right. That's a good little handful. Mysterious numbers. Yeah, I don't know what most of them do. I won't lie. But I know about coordinates. I know about area difficulty. I know about days survived. Ooh, what's this? Maybe some coal? Coal would be our best, like, mining find. Well, diamonds would certainly be great, but I don't see us getting down to diamond depth for natural harvest. We might find some in shipwrecks or something, but... Alright. Let's take these back. I keep seeing these squid and thinking they're broken portals. But before we head out to some of these distant spots, I think I want to unload our flowers. I'm just looking under the surface of the water to see if I can spot the outline of any shipwrecks. That might be something dead ahead, kind of just to the right of the structures there. If that's a broken portal, we're in good shape. If it's I think it's going to be a drowned village. We're not equipped to deal with them yet. So, oh, this one might be one. These underwater magma field things are good indicator. All right, so this is a broken nether portal. No. We can get a mending shovel. We can get some horse armor. We'll take everything. Why not? Now, that was not great. In very, very occasionally valuable stuff in those. You'll get some golden tools. You get maybe some gold armor, some enchantments, maybe. Golden apples are the real treasure. But they also have these gold blocks. You need to have an iron pickaxe to chop those down. We don't have one yet, so we'll just do our best to remember that. Fortunately, it's going to be kind of probably at the start of many journeys. The other stuff we got here, obsidian. These are the hard blocks you have to have a diamond pickaxe to mine them, so worth grabbing. Ultimately, they get used to make portals. Piece of flint, we could use that to make arrows, and flint and steel to light fires. All wonderful. The people. Time? I don't know. We need a backstory for why there are so many broken portals. Just a different, it's like a different age of the world. It's like the statues of the Numenorian. Although we don't have the elves to tell us who they all were and what that was. Be all superior with their knowledge. We just gotta make up our own stories. I got to shout out my Colorado CU Buffaloes, the football team actually, who are in the height of their off season at the moment, and one of my favorite sources for University of Colorado content around the sporting community, and that is DNVR. Um, for folks who don't follow American college sports at all, it's not going to mean much at all. Anyways, these guys, they started a web media company, and ultimately bought a bar in Denver. So they have a live bar where you can go get food and beer and all that kind of stuff, but they do their daily or weekly or however often they're making content for all of the various Denver sports outlets. So they have stuff for the Denver Nuggets. They have stuff for the Denver Broncos and Avalanche and Rockies, all the baseball, football, hockey, and basketball teams, and also University of Colorado. They do have a little bit of content for not only soccer, the Colorado Rapids, but also Colorado State University in Fort Collins. And I don't know if they have anything for either DU, Denver University, which is a private school, or any of the Colorado Springs schools yet. But anyway, the owners and founders are CU guys, so it makes sense that they kind of prioritize that one. And they make basically content daily during the week for University of Colorado. Well, one of the things that they do is bring on players, just kind of in interview, get to know you type stuff, right? During the off season and all this, when they don't normally have as much going on with school and all that. they'll talk to these guys, let the fans get to know them a little bit. Well, they started this last year after Coach Deion Sanders came and brought a bunch of players with him that none of the fans knew any of these guys really, and one of them was a man who was kind of sadly, the governing body. It's kind of like FIFA drama, right? There's always stuff going on there too. The governing body for college athletics regulates all the, this is acceptable, this is not, you can make money doing this, you can't doing that, and all that kind of stuff. And they have all these eligibility things. Well, they basically said, no, the one of the kids that came over had already transferred too many times and denied a waiver that he had. He'd placed a waiver saying, explaining that before this is like his third school, before his second school moved to his second school, his head coach, who was like a father figure to him, tragically passed away. And so he, as a 18-year-old or whatever, is dealing with the kind of grief of that and going, I just can't play football here anymore. Everything is too raw and all that. So he switched schools, and you can basically do that whenever you want to the first time. And then when his head coach moved here to Colorado, he followed him, and the NCAA said, nope, that's not allowed. You can't play. You're not kicked out or anything like that. You just can't play this year. And he protested it, saying, look, that first one should have been an exempted because we were only seeing this one bee. We need two bees. Where are your buddy bees, dude? Wait, is this still nighttime? Come here. Come on. Hey. There. All right, we're going to bring you this way. And then I'm going to sleep, and I'm going to hope you don't go back to bed before this next one. Now, I can't tell him to go into any particular beehive. Is he going back already? Come here. Dude. Like, dead set. Come here. Come on. I can't tell him to go into a hive at any given time or come out or whatever. They're kind of random. But we had seen two over there. And I hope there's another in the area. What I do want to do is put a few of these flowers out down here as well. Because obviously there were bees in there. It's got honey dripping. So at some point at least there were. But if they come out of here and go, oh, I need to go find a flower to get some pollen on me, then they'll go wandering and they just pick random directions, and if they end up out over the water, they'll do that little bop into the water thing and eventually drown. Not good. We need you a friend. I keep seeing that drip off the sun, like, oh, it's coming. They make a little popping sound. Oh, come on, bee. Bee. All that you can be. All right, I'll give you some flower juice. They don't stay in heart mode forever, but I do think they retain it for a little bit. So maybe if I feed him and let him go do his thing, maybe another bee will come out. Come on, bees. Anyway, sorry, back to my story. So this guy, doesn't matter, his name's Tyler Brown, but it doesn't matter. Seems so cool. And he was the first guy that they had on to interview a year ago when all these new players were unknown to the fans and just coming to be a part of the team. And so this guy's an offensive lineman, which is the big guys, right? The ones that sit in the middle in rugby, they're the big burly bruiser guys, and they basically protect the quarterback who's going to throw the ball or make holes for the runners to go. See, he did go into that one. That's good. I'm still kind of stuck on not having another bee, though. It's going to be a problem. And now I've just moved him away from my crops. Huh. Anyway, Tyler Brown goes on, does an interview, and when they're just hey, what do you like to do? When you're not playing football, we all know you as a football player, but when you're not doing that, what do you like to do? Oh, I like to play video games. I love anime, and I totally dig on Tolkien stuff. And they got into it, and he's like, well, I haven't really read all the books yet, but I love the movies. I love fantasy and all that kind of stuff. And I'm like, oh my god, this guy's awesome, right? He would fit in here. How do I get this guy connected and bring him over? His name is Raviolin. No, it's not. I'm kidding, guys, but um, it's just really cool. And instantly, like I was super bummed when his story came out that he wasn't going to be able to play last year because I was like, oh, dude, man, anybody that drops Tolkien as a name drop in a chat about what are your hobbies and interests, and not to mention video games and streaming and that kind of stuff, I'm in, dude. Like 100%. You're now one of my favorite players. So, um, they brought him back on and they did um 21 questions as just a new segment, right? They had because he couldn't play last year. They were like, "Oh, come on down." Again, they've got a bar. These guys usually don't drink because they're trying to be professional athletes. Um, but it's still fun. They come sit on a couch and do a watch along. So while they're out of town, he comes down to the studio and does a watch along on. I think they do exclusively YouTube. I don't know that they have any Twitch stuff, but he's doing a watch along on YouTube, and the team absolutely got just stomped. It was the first time that they really lost badly, and he was quick to depart and like, okay, that maybe wasn't the best idea. He's a really good dude. They had these questions on, and they asked him what kind of a video game world would you like to live in? And he straight up said, Raviolin, I hope you're still here for this, because this is, well, Nate too, you know this. He straight up said, I don't think I'd want to live in a Tolkien world because of all the orcs and monsters and magic and stuff. And I wanted to like scream, Lord of the Rings Online, dude. You gotta go check it out. I was like, no, we all love that world. You gotta give it a chance, dude. You'll love it. But no, he's. I think he said he would have gone for either some anime world that I wasn't sure of, Star Wars, or Star Wars ultimately ended up being his choice. As long as he had Jedi powers, he's like, man, if you were just a common person in the Star Wars universe, it would suck. Like, those people got treated so bad. He's like, but if I was a Jedi, I'd love to be in the Star Wars universe. He's like, or like I don't know, like one of the '90s Spider-Man game universes, or some anime world. But such a cool dude, and it's so crazy because a lot of times, and man, I wasn't thinking of this. I had no angle, but I was talking about the burger people kind of being a little gatekeepery. Twitch can get that a little bit too, right? Like, oh no, we're gamers, and how dare you talk about it being athletic or enjoying sports or anything like that. Those people aren't us, right? But here's a guy that is pushing 300 pounds, 6'7" or whatever, just a massive humanity, super, super strong, and he's all into games and streaming and anime and the books and stuff that we all love. So it's awesome. And I know there's reason, right? When I say that, I understand. It's because a lot of us have experiences where you get not nearly so much now as when I was a kid, where you kind of get picked on or given grief for, wait, you'd rather be playing games than doing this or that? Yeah, okay. And you find people of a like interest, and it's fine. It's cool, but it doesn't make you gravitate to the high school football team or want to spend a lot of time in a locker room or something like that. So, uh, Oh yeah, no. If I'm gonna live in Tolkien's world, I definitely want to be hanging out somewhere. Maybe not directly in the Shire, because we know that goes a little bit downhill eventually. But that idyllic periphery kind of stuff, right? Where yeah, you got to keep your head on a swivel. You don't want to be caught unawares, but yeah, maybe a nice setup in Archet. Um, I could deal with one of the little outlying, the Thornley Worksite or the Homesteader Farms, something that is a little bit out of um. Oh man, I can't think of the guy's name. See, I'm so out of Lord of the Rings. Uh, Sharky? Is it Sharky? Is that the guy who ultimately is like Saruman's lieutenant? All right. I'm supposed to be sorting this stuff, so this goes here. A little more coal, a flint that with chicken feathers will make arrows. We got more wheat. This is until we have horses and all that. And even then, gold horse armor is kind of trash, but we grab that. We got a mending shovel that doesn't do us much good, as there's not a lot of stuff you can dig up for experience. So having a self-repairing shovel isn't real good. Before the Shadow, nice. I'm so excited to get back to all of that stuff eventually. I'm thinking maybe as we hit into late spring. I got a buddy's 50th birthday is coming up, and we're doing a big ski weekend in a couple weeks. And I assume that by the time I'm wrapping up with that, we'll be through the height of the dumpster project, and we'll get things back a little bit more sane around here, and I can have a regular schedule again. It'll be awesome. But till then, I think we're kind of sticking to this. Although, speaking of expansions and updates, I have wanted to talk about this. I almost had they not been jackhammering across the way, which I kind of suspected because yesterday when they started Monday morning, right outside my window, I saw that they finished up yesterday at the next one over, so I knew today was going to probably still be more jackhammering. Um, I thought, oh, if they're pouring concrete or something relatively quiet like that, we'll just play some Stardew so that we can talk about the tweet. Those of you Stardew fans know the tweet. Concerned Ape did put out, yes, no, it was much longer ago. Saturday, I think? Friday or Saturday. He has completed the content work and is now just working bug fixes for the 1.6 Stardew Valley expansion, which is super exciting. Um, I know my Stardew Valley channel fans are going to be just as excited as I am to go check that out. So they're at. He didn't say, he just said, thanks for the patience. I've got to work on all the bug fixes. Again, it's a one-man show for that game. And he makes no promises, works on no timeline, so he doesn't have to put out crap for something he clearly cares a whole lot about just to meet an artificial deadline, right? It's especially bad idea when it's your own, right? It's like, why are you going to try to fit into somebody else's cycle? Just make your game, dude. Make it the game you want to play, and I'm sure we'll all love it. But that doesn't tell us when that may possibly happen, right? As he says, he doesn't know how much time he's got to dive in on it, and he doesn't know where the bugs are going to hit him, right, or what it takes to fix them. So he's got to kind of take on each one and get through them. But that's okay. When that does come along, I I don't think I'm alone in saying I am really, really excited to find out what new further content he may have. I just like speculating about the broken portals here in Minecraft. Um, it's fun to speculate about what other hidden stories there may be in Stardew Valley. Endlessly, I'd like to do that. Um, whether it's um, who the wizard's uh, daughter may be, whether Haley and Emily's parents are alive and well, or whether they got doved. I think that's unrelated enough from when I was throwing that out there as a speculation that I can spoiler it. Did they get turned into doves by Haley? Um, did um oh man, I had a bunch of them. You guys are gonna have to remind me of some of my own theories about all this stuff. There's so many good ones. Of course, it's awesome to speculate about various Tolkien aspects as well. It's just it never feels quite as lighthearted when we're doing it with Tolkien. All right, all that will resume, but for now, we've got this ship. I don't know that we've even hit a ship on this world yet, so I think we'll prep the cargo hold for this front side. I want to come up and get this kelp so I can then store it in the chest because we don't need to fill up our inventory on that. We got moss, coal, and for now at least I'm going to leave the paper. Paper comes from sugarcane. Sugarcane is pretty quick to grow and easy to manage, and that will take up a spot. Now, feathers, on the other hand, I will take, because feathers combined with flint, like we get that one piece, and sticks, will make arrows. And until we have a big supply of chickens, feathers are hard to come by. So we'll take the books as well. We need those for enchanting. And we need this buried treasure map, because buried treasure, yes please, right? Alright, we're still midday. We're doing fine here. Now we go axe. And I'm kind of talking this through, Raviel, and if I don't know if you know Minecraft at all. You're kind of speculating on the portals and all that. I revert to the old YouTube. Yeah, we'll just talk it through. We got an ad too. Oh no. 5 iron. Get some plugs. We got emeralds. Those are currency, and lapis, which is fuel and decoration. All right, so that's our ship. There are 3 chests. We got all 3. Sadly, what we didn't get were carrots or beets. Which can be found in there. We didn't get any bamboo, and I don't think we saw a jungle. Alright, now we have to keep these all kind of relative to each other so I know which way is home. Well, we know that that's west, so if that's west, then that's east, and this would be, so home is south and kind of back around that island, and then this is north. Keep our bearings. Nothing about it. Well, I shouldn't say how. There's lots of ways you wouldn't necessarily know anything about Minecraft. I certainly didn't until my nephew showed it to me years and years and years ago when we were all at Grandma and Grandpa's for Christmas. And he was, at the time, like, I don't know, 6 or 7 or whatever, and like, absolutely crazy about Minecraft. And I was like, okay, let's play. How do we play? And he showed me how to go uh, get the game. Um, and at the time, you just paid your 9.99, I think it was, to buy it. There was no Java or Bedrock or anything. It was just Minecraft. This was way before the Microsoft days. I'm not real wild about a Bane of Arthropods sword, but it is a sword. It's gold, which is better than stone. And if we come across any spiders, uh, they're gonna have to look out. All right, now next thing I should put that. I want to put those planks in this box because I don't. Ow! Those are Bernie, by the way. These are magma blocks. So you really know nothing, nothing? That's cool. That's awesome for me. it allows me to think I know what I'm talking about still. Although the game is certainly there's lots of new content and lots of people who know it far more in depth than I do. Anyway, so we're in the overworld, right? This would be very natural. We spawned in when we started the game, and I'm playing hardcore, which means if we die, we're dead. The whole world doesn't let me play anymore. If I was to make like a backup, an offline backup, I could cheat it kind of through, but that's not why I play hardcore then, right? So we play at the toughest difficulty, and it's a one life. If you die, you're dead. Um, you get all these different biomes in the world, and as you progress through and get more competent in surviving out in the world, you can then go underground mining, right? It's Minecraft, to get diamonds to craft good weapons and armor. And when you have a diamond pick, or at least back in the day, you had to get a diamond pick because there were no. There was a time when there were no villages and there were no ships or anything like that to go exploring. You just had landscape. Um, if you made a diamond pick, then you could go harvest obsidian, which I just accidentally made some of without talking by dumping the bucket of water on that lava. I did it to keep myself from falling in it and potentially dying, but that makes obsidian. So we could then take that. Oh, I forgot the map. Good grief. All right, so now predictably we got to go north, which was back this way. We went the wrong way. Here, we'll sleep here. You get obsidian, you make one of those portals, like the broken ones, right? But before there were ever broken ones, they were only something you could craft. You crafted them, you light them with a flint and steel, and the portals send you to another dimension, the nether dimension, or a kind of hellscape, right? They frown upon any kind of a religious overtone like that by calling it an actual hell, but it's got a lot of lakes of lava. It's got a kind of unearthly land block called netherite, and it's where you can go to get materials that you need for potion brewing and other later in the game advancements. It's also where you need to get to be able to ultimately locate and relight a different kind of portal called an end portal from specific structures called end strongholds, and they're underground little fortresses that have no overworld. Like, we could be over the top of one right now, we wouldn't know it. They're down low. You can accidentally stumble upon them. They show up in the world when you first create it, and they'll let you go to the end where you can then fight the dragon. And the end, right, is a different dimension too. It's kind of like space with these little floating islands and a void all around it. You can go fight a dragon, and that was initially when the game first came out. That was the end of the game, right? Because they kind of felt it needed to have an end, a credit roll, and that kind of stuff. That if you got to the end and worked through that progression of getting diamonds, getting to the Nether, getting blaze powder, which is the ingredient you need to light the end portal, and then successfully defeating the dragon, well, then you got to see the credit roll, and you'd ended the game. Of course, it's a sandbox. There's no need for it ever to end. It's amazing and only limited by your own imagination, whether you're building or adventuring or whatever. How are we this close? Oh, I guess we got to go this way. So we just got to go around the edge of it. It's awesome. Swamp Fox knows. What's up, Foxy? I saw you over there. It's awesome. Revulon is kinda, yeah, a little. I mean, it's certainly got a little bit of that, but it's evolved over the years. So, I don't know what the first Microsoft update was, but I believe it was later. I think like the aquatic update, and the kind of the first named or significant update of the game was the Halloween update. That kind of coincided with when I came into the game, and that was when they added witches, bats, and maybe made some modifications to where monsters could, zombies and skeletons at least, could wear some armor. Don't quote me on that, but yeah, they had this deal and started going. Yeah, well, it's a sandbox. It's about building and creating and making your own little homestead, and you could play in creative mode and never fight a single monster if you didn't want to. I find that the monsters and the thought of and very real possibility of losing these worlds and having to start again and again and again and learn from your mistakes and all that is the best part. But you can mod it, right? You can play all the the modded mini games and all that. There's lots of different ways to enjoy it. But they started bringing in more content, right? The villagers, and expanding the trading system to where they had different professions, and you could establish these kind of trade hierarchies where you unlock tiers of trading, get access to limited and valuable materials or items, and then enchanting and the expansions they've made there to where your weapons and tools and things can have powers. It's so great, and along the way, you get the depth of underground abandoned mines. Those were there pretty much from the beginning, at least as early as strongholds, where just like the broken portals and who left those, it was very much left unexplained. Who made these mines that are just tunnels underground that you just kind of stumble into, and they kind of stop and start in little fits and spurts, but they're full of old mine carts with all kinds of treasures. I mean, it hits on so many levels that even if your kids played it or are playing it or have since outgrown it and been like, oh man, that game's, kids love it. They love the simplicity of the art and you dial down the monsters. You watch some YouTubers. They show you how to build a house. You get to play Legos basically, right? But on your phone or your computer, your tablet, and so there's always been a hot spot for kids to dive in on this content and eat it up. But they, being kids, they kind of start playing a particular way and move on, right? Their horizons are always broadening, which is good, and they're finding new interests and ways to push themselves. And pretty quick, those things that you enjoyed when you were little all of a sudden become so cringe, right? At least that's what they used to call it. Oh my god, it's so cringe that we would ever play that. Um, so they move on. A lot though from the very beginning of adults have come through and said like, "Wow, man, there's so much to this, and there's uh, less utilized these days than back in the beginning." What started though is a railroad system. There's mine carts, so you can craft or find tracks, and the tracks have powered rails, and they have um, little detector or switch rails, right? So you can make little using little mine carts, right, from these abandoned mines. But you can either build your own or gather up those components and make train networks or roller coasters or all that. And that was there from early on. But they added into that various types of engineering, if you will, blocks, observers that will look at the state of another, has a plant grown to the top level of its growth? Do you want to use a bucket of water or a piston to harvest it? Um, all different ways to then build automation into your little settlements in these worlds. And people have done such amazing creative things out here, up to and including people that program old 80s arcade and the old art Atari console games and stuff like that, that are programmed building circuits in Minecraft. It's crazy, and I've often made the comment that if you ever found yourself they just show up at your door and they're like, you know what, we're going to Mars, and you've got to go. You're needed for some reason. So we're gonna load you onto the spaceship, and um, basically you just gotta keep. You can only load one game on your laptop or your computer, whatever, on the ship, to keep you entertained as you go 18 months out and 18 months back. Not to mention all the time that's there. You get to pick one game. What game are you gonna pick? Well, for me, it's gonna be this one. Even Lord of the Rings and all that, I love it, but one game that you can uh, play completely solo in so many different ways and do so many different things that it it wouldn't you wouldn't exhaust the possibilities. Now, your 12-year-old kid might say, "Dude, this game is so boring. What do you mean you haven't beat the dragon yet?" Well, sure, I've beaten the dragon many times in hardcore. Um, but I've also lost to it a lot of times, and with just a few minor tweaks or your own imagination, like, are you going to tell yourself that it's only a medieval world and you can only build in the style of castles, or is it a modern world? You want to build apartment buildings and that kind of stuff. Are you going to trade? And you don't know at the outset. Are you even going to find villagers to trade with? Are you going to easily find all the different biomes? Like right now, I may be thinking, I really want to make kind of a southwestern U.S. Adobe style build. Well, unless I go out online and try to find a spawn specifically that will get me those biomes, I don't know if there will be any within 10,000 blocks of here. We may have to go that far to look for them. So, I don't know. I love it. And I love to come back to it like this. So as often as I feel like you guys will tolerate it, I get a little fix for myself while sharing one of my faves with anybody who cares to watch. And if you don't care to watch, well, hey, there's probably going to be better streams because I still hear that jackhammer going outside. So odds are it's not the finest of circumstances. All right, so we got berries. I'll show you those here pretty quick. Oh, we already had that thing. Is the world like a full globe? Just a limited chunk of landscape? Like if it's a planet, one can imagine oneself on an alien discovering a planet where culture. You can 100% do that. We've had a few. Okay, hang on. Raviolan, absolutely. First of all, it's very comical that this game predated the flat earthers. It is a flat world, so you can't go walking all the way around it, and it is a defined world. My understanding, and don't quote me on this, and I don't know if it's changed more recently. There was a massive update to the world building about a year and just after the pandemic, or kind of in the tail end of it, um, where they changed a lot of the way that the world builds. But I think it's like if you go from your spawn like 26 million with an M blocks out in any direction, you will get to what are called the end lands, and these are where the code of the game um, exhausts its ability to keep generating new chunks over and over again. So it is a bounded world, and when you get to that point, it becomes the landscape becomes just totally erratic. Looks very less natural and very, I don't know, kind of. Some would call it glitchy. Some would call it beautifully dreamscapey, and they've even introduced shattered quote unquote biomes. Some of the islands we may have seen were shattered, where the landscape starts to look a little more fantastical. There's cliffs and floating type islands and things like that. A lot of that came from those end bounds worlds where you've exceeded. So technically it's there, but yeah, absolutely. And we did one where um, one of my very first YouTube worlds, I kind of built I never finished it, but I built a trading colony um, with the idea of kind of the days of the European age of sea and sail, right? And the idea of like the Dutch East India Company, or the Portuguese going to places like India and China around Africa. This is even before Columbus, and setting up these small outposts where basically a small wooden ship would go all the way around. They'd meet the locals, they'd do their best to communicate, and they'd leave half the people um, there on these totally foreign and unknown shores, and they would, much like in the U.S., or Jamestown, the early American settlements, or the in the Caribbean, they would make first a wooden stockade, and then more stone type forts, and you've got a crew of 70 maybe in the best. Assume a bunch of them died on the way out. Of the 50, you think maybe 20 stay on at this colony, if that. And their idea is to learn more, trade, start establishing this trade, and basically stay alive, keep away any other Europeans, and convince these people that when they come back, you're going to take all that. And again, at the time, it was spices to start, but whatever their idea is, while you're here waiting for us to hopefully come back, because again, that wooden ship has to go all the way back around Africa, and it's a risky proposition, but if they make it all the way back, then their plan is, all right, send out another mission immediately. Here's where these people are. Take all these trade goods, and when you get there, they're going to be hopefully ready to meet you and uh, make those deals happen, and you all end up fabulously, fabulously wealthy. It was probably a tough decision as to who was better off in that circumstance. Is it the guys on the foreign coast that have to maintain a very delicate cultural balance with people that may be surprised when some of you don't leave. Who knows, right? Um, or is it getting back on the ship that could be wrecked in a storm, could get lost, could run out of fresh water? Who knows? Which way are you more likely to survive? Big question. But we definitely played into those almost alien world scenarios here from Earth. But yeah, absolutely. You just arrived or woke up, and here you are trying to figure it out as you go. It's so cool. And it's I I keep saying I expect, and I haven't seen it yet, but I greatly expect that there's going to ultimately be a boom of Minecraft amongst the aging population. Empty nesters whose kids have moved out, but particularly, as grandparents and things, maybe they fall and break a hip or have other limiting mobility issues that happen, and find themselves much more than children frustrated that they've once had mobility and no longer do. They're going to come to start to discover this, and I hope um, things like Twitch and all that will continue to expand their niche of not just teenagers playing games, but lots of good conversations amongst all kinds of different populations. And I think that whole idea of people being isolated and lonely in homes, you think of grandma living alone in that big old house, or that upper floor apartment, and is she getting out enough and all that. At least there's mental stimulation and conversation and people that care to see those people coming back around. I hope it continues to grow, because I think in terms of keeping sharp and at least being mentally engaged, having something that you need to check back on or learn, or new challenges and all that, where it doesn't matter if you don't you don't see very well in the distance anymore at night when you're driving. You can't lift heavy things as much as you can. You can still problem solve and learn, and enjoy the challenges of discovery and survival and all that. So I love it. There's my big Minecraft plug. Raviolin got their own version of it. Fox, I'm sure, has heard it before. Nate, I don't know if you have. I get the feeling we talked, and you were down with some Minecraft. So, oh, that's just one man's take on it. All right, we got these 10. Last thing we got to do, and this is the perfect amount. We need 7 pieces to make pants. That's right. Just hammer that iron. They'll be super flexible and comfy. And then we're going to make an iron pick. The iron pick will allow us to get those gold blocks out of those broken portals. It will also allow us to mine diamonds, which we can't do with a stone pickaxe. They would just crumble if we tried. So, best not to. So there we go. We've got most all of our current tools that we want. It would be good to have shears. With shears, if there's sheep wandering around, we could get their wool and have spares for our bed. Because I've been known to wake up, take off in my boat or whatever, and find out as it got dark the next night, oh, I forgot to grab my bed, and you're many blocks away, and then left to figure it out. All right, that was good stuff. The iron was critical. I think the next immediate goal is going to be to... Oh, we can put this map away. And I do fill these in. You don't need to. Once you've found them, you can just throw them away, right? You find the treasure, you get the loot. Cool. I like them, and as we'll see somewhere down the road, I like them for decoration. I think they make for pretty cool pictures eventually to decorate. What better way to decorate than with mementos of our adventures to that point. I just realized how quiet it is. There's no jackhammering going right now. Must be, no, it's after lunchtime. It's gonna be weird when all that activity is done. Like, man, what happened? I think it was, I think it was last night. Oh man, I'm pretty sure it was last night. Um, so like day starts before 9 a.m. with jackhammering, like literally a dozen feet from where I'm sitting right now, and that goes all day, off and on, off and on. You know, it's not like they were like cutting out post holes of the existing slab, I think, and through some curb and all that. But just like off and on, never really get extended break from it. Um, going. But then it's like after 5, it's gotten dark out. So I think it was like 6:30. No, it was only 5, but it was pretty dark. And all of a sudden, like I'm like in my kind of living sitting room. Where I got my TV and all that, chilling, watching John Wick, and all of a sudden, there's been like these brake lights. Like somebody had backed into the spot, kind of outside my window, and there's been these brake lights on for a little while, and I'm like, it's kind of weird. Like, do these people leave their lights on? Should I go look? What's the deal? And then all of a sudden, this generator fires up. I'm like, what the? Somebody must have had like a spill or something like that, or maybe they just came out scheduled at that time. But it was like 5 to 6 p.m. and the carpet cleaner van was right outside my place with the like hoses and all going upstairs to, I think, the people across the way. I don't know which unit they were cleaning, but I don't think it was my upstairs neighbors. I think it was some other one. So I got an extra hour of different noise, at least, but still super noisy. When it rains, it pours. But like right now, it makes it feel super, super eerie quiet when I'm not even hearing anything through my headphones. All right, so what we're trying to do here is cut down just a few trees to get over to this area and see if it's got a good base formation for us to start building a home into. Now, when you get like a big upthrust of rock like that, just out in the middle of nowhere like this, there's no guarantees of anything, but it can be tough in terms of build a spot to build your home because there may be underground features associated with it. I don't think there's anything in the algorithm that's like trying to account for geology forces, um, like upthrust or anything like that. Basically, what you see above doesn't necessarily correspond to what you see below, with the exception of, I guess, like oceans. And like I definitely find that you get a lot more flooding underground with oceans above than you do without. And certainly, we learned firsthand that you're much more likely to find deep dark in cities under mountains than you are, like, say, under plains. Now, I don't think this constitutes a mountain per se. And even if it did, it doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to run into deep dark right underneath. But what we want to do is be able to go straight under our base deeply so that we can get to the bottom of the overworld resources. Hi, Piggy. I think this is going to be a good corner to start into. What we'll do is eventually plan to build up and out of this frame. I'd love to use the top of it in some way as well, which will make it nice and visible around. But we can start by tunneling under and then expanding back out as we have more resources. Basically, building up is a huge pain when you don't have the stuff to build up with, and right now we're very limited. We have wood, we have a little bit of stone, some dirt. Like, there's not a lot of building materials that we already have on hand to build. And I like the idea of being up above where our fields and the river and all that is, but I think we're going to go off this level just so we have enough room to kind of have a flat floor to start and work from there. We'll do our best to keep it elevated. Like I said, we'll definitely build up, and I'd like a lot of our construction to be above ground. But for safety and getting a little bit more permanence going, we're also going to go here. What we may do, I think we need to count it as here, and we should probably... Let's come up to here and get this coal. Was my main decision for the height. It's all very arbitrary, but it's fun. So we're going to get this coal, and I'm going to cut back to this corner. We'll have a little bit of a blemish because I don't think we have any stone yet cooked. Although with this coal, maybe we'll do that before we finish everything up. Oh, look at this double coal. Come on, be another vein. Might just be the other end of it. There you go. Oh. Alright, I'll throw that up. I'm going to go cook a little stone. And this is a bit of a luxury, but it allows us to make a couple of tools as well. And it will also allow us to turn our fields again. I'm bummed about this bee situation, though. We're also going to have to go looking that way and see if we can find a bee that we can lure back with some flowers, some flower power. Alright, so what was I going to do? I was going to cook stone. Stone is here. Bonk. Bonk. I made all this. That's fantastic. So you can cook logs to make charcoal. We've done that. I'm going to use some of that. It'll take 8 pieces to cook that full stack. So we'll still have plenty. Then we can move this. We'll be able to make more torches as we need. Got all this extra lumber. And apples and dirt. Again, we won't have to go up and down this line once we really get established. We'll just know where things go. Alright, we've got 2 and a bit shovels, but let's do the farming first, starting with the taters. Again, if I can get these taters fully filled in these 2 sections of fields, then we can start skimming them out to bake them. Baked potatoes are a more nutritious and saturating food than bread. So we'll get a little bit more healing and stay full longer. Again, Raviola, if you're out, no worries at all, but I'll just keep talking like you aren't. So down at the bottom, it's here. It gets grayed out a little bit, but we'll look at them again without my pointer. So these are meat pops, is what they've been referred to a lot, or drumsticks, food. Um, they're kind of like chicken drumsticks half eaten, but they don't really have a bone sticking out on the other side. Kind of like a ham bone sticking out, maybe, or something. Anyway, they represent food. If they're all folded up, you're not hungry at all. In fact, you can't eat until these go down. Each have a half, right? So you could be, this could be half empty or grayed out, and then it will just work its way all the way down. If all of these are darkened and you haven't eaten anything or don't have any food, then you will slowly but steadily begin to lose your hearts on this side until you eat. If a monster comes up and hits us, or we jump off something high and get hurt, we'll start to lose hearts on this side. And these are our health hearts. Only if our health is all the way up will we regenerate health. If we take damage right now, this heart would go down, right? And depending on how hard we got hit, what kind of damage or whatever, we could lose half or almost all of our hearts, whatever the case may be. But you can lose halves of hearts as well. So if these couple hearts go down, it would immediately heal me because I've got full food. So one of these would come back up by a half, but then we'd lose the half here. And I think once you're down a heart and a half, you don't regen anymore, maybe. So then you have to eat. But depending on the food, when you eat it, you'll get a varying amount of hearts immediately. And then it will also keep you full, so you'll regenerate naturally. Damn it, the rain. So, food, health, and then this is our armor. Now that if I take that off, notice how many of those little shirts get grayed out. That's because we've removed a significant amount of our armor, which is +6. And to this is as high as it gets with all iron armor, but we can add diamond or netherite to that to increase even more. Basically, if we put on a diamond shirt, so again, you need 8 diamonds to make that. That would give us a full shirt's worth of armor, and then a half each for the pants, the helmet, and the shoes, in addition to fill us up completely. And then there's enchantments as well to make it even better. So, gradual process, all. Hey, no problem. It's great to have you. Thank you so much for hanging out. I missed all the chat, but I do know Nate and Raviolin are perfect examples of people I've gotten to know through Lord of the Rings Online, and this is probably just kind of natural cycling. But as much as I've completely at this point lost track of, I think we're in summer, but like what we were doing in Stardew Valley and all that in our beginning of the new year just side run, I know it was Yule. I think we're ready to go to Evendom. No, what's it called? The one that's outside of Moria. Starts with an E. That's what we were getting set to expand into. And look forward to doing more of that. So, like any... Well, I shouldn't say any. Like, I think a lot of creators, I think it does keep it fresh and helps keep me fresh to get to share back and forth a little bit some of the other games that I love as well. It's just that Lord of the Rings happens to combine favorite author and games. Which, if we're going to talk about stuff like trees and birds and all that, man, Tolkien's a great way to do it. But in playing that game, this I can just kind of ramble. Sometimes I stop and stare at chests and stuff like that while I'm talking. But by and large, I can just go and chatter on about subjects when we're, in heroic token generating content in Lord of the Rings. I'm trying to figure it out and think about what I'm doing, so it gets a little bit tougher. I think we're gonna go ahead and take 4 of these. We may sleep pretty quick here. Again, the sleeping in hardcore, it's important early on like this, because as soon as it gets dark, all the monsters are going to come out. And while I'm a little more equipped to deal with them now that we have the iron shirt and pants, especially in the last stream, you're just cowering. Oh, 2 bees! 2 bees! Stop everything. I don't want to forget the bed, but come on. 2 bees! Bee! Bee! Bee, come here. I don't know which is more. Don't you go in that hive. Don't you go in that hive. Oh, bee? Bee. All right. Sorry. I didn't mean to look. All right, but I had to make sure it worked. So now we've got 3 bees, and hopefully, for the sake of not ending up in the water, they'll just kind of hang out here. I assume we don't have a third. We just haven't seen enough of them. But that's why I put the flowers here. They don't have to wander far to find some pollen and flowers. They can just bumble around, right? Here, come back over this way. I'm scared for you guys. All right, there. See? Sometimes when it's early on, it's like those baby trees, right? You got to just TLC them to death. Make sure they go. So each bee nest, these are bee nests, the natural ones that grow on the trees, they can hold up to 3 bees. So can bee houses, which we can craft after we harvest these guys. But at the moment, at least, that's kind of secondary to them. See, and they get little pollen on their butts when they bounce around on the flowers. They go back into the hive and make honey. But they will also go out and find crops like this. And if we had any bones, I could make fertilizer out of bone meal. But bees will basically give the same fertilizing effect to our crops. They will pick and just bounce around in the field. So this is the better one for our crops to have bees in. But those bees are more vulnerable to going and getting stuck in the water. It's why we hope that they just, when there are bees here, they get distracted by the flowers and never keep going that way. They just come back. Right? And then they, all loaded up with pollen and all that, come up to our crops. Oh my goodness. No, if you go to sleep, the monsters don't generate. You skip the night. Monsters have a light level requirement to generate. But likewise, you can oh, I forgot that we were cooking the stone. Also, we can get some preemptive flowers around this one. I don't think this will spontaneously attract bees. I mean, if there was a wandering bee in the area, it might come by. But as we breed more bees over there, and they start looking for homes, if they don't fit in one of those two and just want to wander, they might find that one appealing. Anyway, no, they can. So that's why you have to go to sleep. And sometimes I put the bed down and kind of waited for the stars to come out and just clicked on it. If you throw the bed down in the middle of the night and there's 80 monsters all running around here and you just throw it down, they'll come up and start whacking on you, and you won't sleep through the night. You'll probably die beforehand. So yeah, no, they'll come after you, but they won't spawn. So if you sleep quickly enough, they won't come, or no more will come. And if they're far enough away, they may not notice you. So yeah, it's a good help, but you don't start with anything that guarantees you'll be able to sleep. Um, and until there were villages, your only source of wool was sheep. And so, depending on where you spawn, there may not be sheep there, and you may have to make a boat to go hunt for them. Um, and of course, the question is, if you start in an area that looks really great and it has even say 4 sheep, if you kill a sheep, it will only ever drop 1 piece of wool. So you got to kill 3 of them to make a bed. Well, if those were end up being the only 4 sheep around, you just killed 3 of them. Now you're not going to have any more sheep. So, do you sleep? Do you preserve the sheep? It's great, great little examples of the results of your actions having consequences. All right, we got a crafting table. We were coming back for the stone. I'm going to use that to patch the hole up high where we got the coal, and then we're going to remove everything around it. And I can point out here why I cooked this stone. So see where I built that little staircase up and I was putting up my own blocks? Those are cobblestone blocks, and those are what we have here, 16 of them in our toolbar. They let us make tools and furnaces and other great stuff like that. They're not great in the sense that they look very different from natural stone. So if you're doing any building, almost fell off that, they are going to be mismatched. And if you're going to build up above in a natural setting, it's kind of nice to make it match back up. But if we want to do that, which I did, then we just had to cook those cobblestones to turn them back into the natural looking stone. And it does make a difference. There are some things that you can only craft using stone, and other things that you can only craft using cobblestone. And in terms of building and like, you get full pallets of different types of blocks from both. And if we were to cook these stones, again, we could make smooth stone, which is a totally different block. And it's certainly not endless possibilities, but there are a lot of decorative choices that you can make in all various types of building. Really, let's creative folks everywhere choose between the fantastical to the hyper realism. Well, Minecraft is a little tough with hyper realism, but you get the idea. So you can see these guys are all popping out as cobblestone. And going back now, I could have cut that in a little bit more, but I think we'll be all right. I think we're going to go... I think this will work out real nice. All right, real nice, Clark. I am fascinated that Raviolan completely missed out on Minecraft, though. Alright, so we're gonna go down a couple more. I don't know exactly what I'm doing here. We want to come down to a nice level. Duct tape those together. Make some more. think this may actually be. Fair, very fair, Raviolan. Okay, we're gonna go. Gotta clean up here. I really am glad I made that charcoal. Takes the pressure off cooking a little more. I don't like the shadowiness of this. It makes it always feel like it's nighttime. But eventually it'll be indoors, so we won't notice as much anyway. So, ravioli to ravioli, and this is gonna seem amazing and new, and you guys are like, all right, here we go. So I'm gonna cut this just to help keep it straight. I'm gonna put torches up there. I think we are getting close to sleep. Look at that. Oh, stars were just coming out. Get some more of this first cup of coffee. We're already 3 hours in, and I'm only on the first cup of coffee. All right. Now, well, we can go. There's our other shovel. We can also clean these up. I was wondering if that was game sounds of like a drum. I think it's somebody just hammering on something outside. Super faint. Just bang, bang. Alright. So. If we cut all this back, just keeps our wall clean here, and this will all be subject to expanding and growing. I'm gonna go get some more lumber, and we can check on our crops again. I don't think we're ever far enough that these aren't doing their thing. Give those a little bit longer to grow. Now we've got enough growing that it might as well wait until there's, just not do ones and twos. All right. Bop, 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 bop. Don't need any of those. I do want, I never use it. Let's embrace, well, definitely going to embrace that. And let's use that regular stone for an edge for now. It's quite a little trek. But can't be helped, If you're going to have a nice little house up above the water table, we don't want to get flooded out or anything. That's what we got to do. So, 9 by 9 is kind of my magic room size. It's certainly a matter of personal opinion. I just think on a base room it fits really well, and then sets up nicely for expansion and kind of a modular base building thing. So 3, 4. This is super expensive, by the way, cosmetic. So you guys better all appreciate what I'm doing here. It's all my Minecrafters like Swamp Fox. Okay, so that would be the base and floor of my first room. Um, but I kind of want it. I want this exterior to give us more to play with because, frankly, this could be kind of an almost skyscraper like tower built up on this level, just layer caked all the way up. So usually, if you ever seen a skyscraper, usually at the bottom, there's some wider bits below, and the tower kind of comes up out of a corner or anything like that. Obviously, our tower is going to go up out of the corner of this hill. But if we're approaching from this side and our fields are all the way down there, we're definitely going to expand beyond it. And I'm wondering if that's going to be maybe circular. Oh, okay. What if we did? This is probably dumb. I should not likely have used those. Let's use these for now. So what we've got is a radius of 9. I'll do that. And let's go. Hang on. Googling Minecraft circles. If you just go to images, there's ancient now. Many of the same images, kind of graph paper like. But what you can basically do is go in and check the pattern of your circle. And these are. Come on. Come on, let me see the big chart. Do me big. All right, 9. There, finally. All right, is that. That's diameter. I want 19, right? Because we got. If we're making a circle and this is the center of it, each of these radii are 9. Are we gonna go? They might be 10 if I count that outer one. So what if I called it 21? That would mean we would go. Uh, 2, 3, 2. Okay, so 2. Oh, these are going to be lower too. 2. A tree's doomed. It's like the dumpster tree. Ooh, so are you, little bush. And then 2, 3, 7? 7. No. Oh, 21. Oh. Yeah, well, it's 7 anyway, but it counts here. 2, 3, 1, 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, 1, 1, 2. Oh no. 2, 3, 1, 1, 2, 3, 2. Something's messed up. Or is this... Oh, this one is just set into... Yeah, that wall just hasn't grown out. So, alright, that's fine. So these two do go here. This goes there. And then these would be the 3 blocks that would go to this wall side there. So, I don't know exactly what this is going to translate to. But for now, we're going to build up an interior wall here. That I think will go... there. Those would actually be visible potentially. Probably end up scrapping all this stuff anyway, but and then maybe we do this. And I might end up actually swapping these. Ultimately, I think I'd like to have some display out in front. Because there will be steps and stuff coming up to this level. It may get filled in for the circle, but that would be much later. Right now, we just got to get this built up enough that it can be secure. We can be safe while we're inside it. And also, so we don't feel cramped. And we're going to totally run out of these gray... Ah! No! Oh, that was a huge waste. Maybe not. I guess I can do that. There we go. Try to not... Oh, I'm sorry. Now that I got my circle, I don't need to look at that. Circle, circle, chat. Back. Alright, before we go back to get more stone cooking, I am just shaving these logs. If I was to chop one up, see, it is... Oh, I'm sorry, I was stripping it. It sounds much more racy. Stripping the old logs of their bark. Now, we could have plank floors as well. I wanted to do something that would kind of use the local materials here, but feel a little bit more refined than just using the cheapest possible, right? Cheapest possibly cobble and planks of anything. Cheaper, I guess, than that would be dirt, but much as we have an affinity for hobbits, we don't want to live in the dirt specifically. And even the hobbits, I think, you know, Bilbo and Frodo were trying to pick flooring materials. I think they would definitely go for a hard log, split log floor than, you know, some plywood stripped together. Raviol, and thank you so much for hanging out. It's been great chatting with you. Say hi to the pigeon for me. It won't understand, I'm sure, but let the pigeon know that Hambbage says hi. And I hope you enjoy the rest of your bread. Have a wonderful night. Thanks for taking us along with you to the grocery store. We definitely enjoyed the outing. It was a blast. And to all the rest of the chat, let's get those hearts and bye-bye waves. They're hellos, but they're also goodbyes. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful sleep. All right, we need to cook stone. Is that all the... Have I accidentally put stone elsewhere, or has that just been used on tools? Wow. Talk about awkward. The good news is we're going to start... what is it? Not exhuming. That's like bodies. Producing more stone here in just a second. So let's go ahead and cook all that. We got a couple picks here, and we'll start to map the layout of our interior of this hillside. So we're going to end up with a good amount of secure space right out the gate, and a lot of even bigger building space that can keep us having fun for a long time to come. Now, one of the things is this height seems a little excessive. I think 3 high, so we'll have to use some of that. But let's not forget that this is all an interior wall right here. I really need more stone to fill that in. So this line sits on that. The floor is kind of the edge in the middle. So this is actually the next room. Nope, you're right. I'm right. You're all right. We want to have double thick walls. Here, let's go this way. Let's see what this is like. Let's go this way so that we have a better idea and are less confused. And by the time we get done, we'll have a lot more of that stone to work with. So here, we're going to do the more traditional, same-sized footprint, what I often call a hobbit hole starter base, right? When we're out in the world surviving, if we're kind of set up next to a hillside anyway, I often start this the very first night. Even if I don't have a bed, I'll just start excavating this. It's a great way to get some stone, and even if we don't have any lights or doors, if you make a one wide little doorway and put a block there, and it's only 2 high, no monsters can get in, and until the sun comes and burns them all up, you get to just keep working. So there you go. But for now, this goes much quicker, right? We're not having to juggle wood and stone picks or anything like that. We're just trimming our way out. Our reach, by the way, again, thanks to Raviolin for being here, who was having a first Minecraft encounter here. I didn't know that, but I'll keep kind of talking that way until we get distracted on some other topic. Your reach from any block is 5. So standing here, I can reach out 5, and if I go across this way, that becomes 6 across to this end. And then if I do 3 more, I've gone my 9. It's a little risky. It's very dark. I could be opening up onto other caves or something that could let in monsters, but reasonable risk. And then I'm just going to hang up some torches and switch out this pick and clear the rest of this center, and we'll have our first connected room off the back. And what we may well do is make this one too wide. because the big expanding rectangular base is it's useful, but it is all too familiar. Okay, so we'll put up torches here. I'm thinking this is no, this is gonna go here. I'll put up another one here. We're gonna need some more of our stone to fill this gap. We'll definitely take the coal. Same with iron. Basically anything, even if we run into dirt, we're gonna try to make it all nice and uniform at first. We'll try to do decorations inside as well as out. So we'll use different materials for whether paneled walls or anything like that. I do have a little bit of dirt. We can use dirt or cobble or anything to backfill. Personally, I don't like having the spaces behind because you can, if they're dark, you could either put a torch in there and just wall it all in, or you could leave it open. If you leave it open and dark, monsters can spawn in there, and then you gotta just listen to them, right? Like, who wants to deal with that? All right, let's go back and check on our dirt. I'm sorry, our stone, and also our crops. I'm gonna take out this. I think I'm gonna trim this. I want an open pathway. But I don't yet want it to just be wide open. So let's try to despawn some of the stuff off the tree. That looks a little funky. Alright. See how that ends up looking, but keep this open a little bit more. Little aesthetics we're working in. Look at our potatoes. Oh my gosh, they're becoming beautiful. Tater tots, French fries, roasted. It's going to be glorious in there. All right. Bop, bop, bop. And bop. And that's doing well. I'm going to top that off. We'll make a full thing. Again, we've cooked that. And we're continuing to get enough coal now that even if I had to use all those for torches or anything else, we could still use one of these many stacks of logs to replenish. Pretty good in that department. All right, let's go use this stone to try to frame in. Also, I'm going to put some torches here just to light up our path. I think that would be kind of nice. Don't plant a torch to a real tree. It's probably a big fire hazard. All right. So, again, reminder to self, and let's get this done right from the beginning. We're going to go here and there. I'll put a torch there because we're going to basically make a big bubble. And I think we're going to go at least here. And on this side, we even went out one. Kind of wonder about that now. All right, let's go inside. Look at this. It's not quite sealed up, but it's our first night indoors. Big claps, chat. Sleeping inside. All right. Now, very, very boxy at the moment. Don't feel great about that yet, but there's that. Wow, that was perfect. All right, kind of perfect. It's not perfect over here yet, but we've got more cooking, and that's not a huge deal. So next thing I'm going to do is lift this ceiling. I like 3 high for comfort and aesthetics. Two just always feels a little bit claustrophobic. Like, oh my gosh, we're gonna bonk our head if we even stand on our tippy toes, right? So a little bit of a heightened ceiling. You can go quite a bit taller. And in fact, when we're down low in the future, and as many folks know, often our basements are the full 5 high reach to give us even some additional height. But in here, particularly in these rooms, I think 3 will work nicely. Oops, I wasn't paying attention. Oh man, see, that's the problem with stone axes. We're gonna run out of all of this. But to that end, we brought this. Oh, we got this birch. All right, that'll work. That's not what I wanted. I'm gonna set this just here for a second. I want to do that. That. Bonk. There we go. All right. And I'd like to get our whole kind of starter base footprint set up, but I don't want to do it in this room. I don't think. I think I want to do it over here. So as you can see, we got 2 walls, right? And this will give us decorative. If we want to switch out any of these blocks for this room, we've got this side of the wall. If I want to redecorate this room, I've got this side of the wall. So if you have just a single wide, you're gonna have to pick which side, which decoration style you're looking at. So for any more cosmetic leaned folks, definitely dig a little more just to get that extra. Did I hear a skelly? This could get interesting. It's a pretty big base area for early, so we're definitely going to be running the risk of hitting a cave at some point. We'll do our best. Ooh, we got to level 10. What about that? Not ever a bad thing to pick up resources when we're doing these initial excavations. All right, then from here, 1, 2, 3. But see, that's where it starts to get a little dicey. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. More coal. Like that. And let's throw one of those down, just so we have a little more light than last time. You guys can see what I'm doing. All right, so again, we got the 3, and basically having the 3 wide entries keeps that nice and proportionate. 1, 2, 3. Go to the 5. Gets us 2/3 of the way, and then we'll do another quick 3 and finish out the circle. Two, 3. This is the back wall. And these are the scary bits when I can't really be sure that we haven't opened up a hole under our feet. And then, boom. Scary bits are over. 3 there. Go there and there. And here. Now, the next thing we're going to need to kind of go remotely hunting for is a bit of sand. As in the real world, sand is needed in the glass making process. And I left some pretty significant holes out in that outer room for lots of windows. Awesome. All right, we got 2 rooms. Oh, I haven't done the ceiling yet, but let's go reload and check on our stone cooking because I gotta make sure um, that little gap wall gets filled in so that my interior room is not vulnerable. And once we've got that sorted, then we'll be pretty darn good. Let's get you, and probably hang on to another one of you, and I'm gonna get one more stack of logs. We'll take one of each. Okay. I think let's just that's gonna have to go too. Again, this may ultimately prove a bit of a waste, but we're gonna, yeah, I'll just do it. We're gonna expand that ceiling anyway, and so be it. All right, it's a little blocky. That's all right. We'll deal with that in good time. And then I've got these holes to fill there. All right. So now we'll continue to need more stone. But if we were right back over there, I'd try to switch over to glass cooking instead of stone at this point. Really don't need it. We'll need to fill in where all this coal is going to come out of, but now we should be able to 3-high this ceiling. And this is going to become our kind of starter base room, the operations kind of room. I'll go through laying it all out, although it'll probably be very briefly in its full traditional layout, but I like sharing it because it's always Made a lot of sense to me. I think it's good for organizing. And it basically explains why I put stuff in the chest that I did back over at the other, at the riverside there. Now, a few things to be aware of. This is not probably the safest way. A few watches of Twitch or YouTube will show you probably the best way to go far in hardcore, either if you're new or are just getting started. If you're new or just getting started, if you're new or if you're just trying to go fight the dragon or do a wither fight or whatever you're trying to do, you just want to get deep into the content as quickly as possible, and with the minimal close calls counts, um, with a minimum amount of risk. Stay mobile, be a nomad, move to as many villages as you can, and keep exploiting shipwrecks and all that. Try to dig quickly, but basically just throw anything that doesn't help you on the ground, and basically go find villages, break all the hay bales, and make bread, and just be opportunistic about better foods as you go. Um, you will actually do better. You will, um, for game play reasons, will gain an advantage in the difficulty. Not that the monsters or anything change, but there's a local difficulty counter that exists in Minecraft that says if you spend, if you're in a new area, the difficulty, at least to start, in early in the game in particular, is going to be fairly low. So if you look 2/3 of the way down that lower section, local difficulty 299 out of 0.5, day 26. We've been playing for day 26. Your local difficulty will continue to increase up to a theoretical 5, I think. I don't know if it quite ever gets there, but and these numbers could have changed. But the longer you spend in an area, the more difficult it gets, right? It's you'll be more likely to get, say, a thunderstorm with a skeleton trap, or a witches to come up in the midst of the other mobs that might spawn over the course of a night. Now, you can still get all those things randomly on maybe not night one. I'm not sure if there's an initial level time, but they can just show up even if you're moving around the world in a brand new place. But if you start building things like this, you are gonna, when you venture out, you're gonna find you got more challenge. I don't mind that. I hope we don't die. I'm gonna try to be smart about it, but that's kind of the way it goes. So these are going to be our doorways, one on each side, and we're going to have kind of floor-to-ceiling windows, although I think the ceiling may be quite a bit elevated for this section, because I kind of envision doing kind of a reverse angle on this circle, so that this bit will rise up off the mountain, but then we'll have kind of counter half circle pedal like things coming out to be exterior doors or kind of an atrium. It may be that this one stays open, like a patio or a terrace, and these other two are the two sides to ultimately go in into the house, so kind of entry wings to either side. But if I can come up with anything to keep them being completely blocked off, I would like to do that. And this roof again will probably run up, but if those are lower terrace levels, then I might want to get a full second height of all glass and just do this one as a non-floor double height. Um, we'll figure out stairs and stuff in these other spaces, but have another row of rooms or even an open gallery on a second floor looking out over this atrium area, and then up and above have more uh, rooms, apartments, whatever we want to fill that space with. But initially, to keep us alive, we'll put doors, lots of glass, and maybe even get to building up the second height and going. Um, I'm not terribly worried about like creepers or anything falling from there. That's a little scary. They obviously can fall 20 blocks without much issue, right? That's what we use for our water breaks on one hit kills. For obviously reasons, we don't want to have things dropping on our head even out here. Um, and we can fix that either with light up high or so that nothing spawns, or with a ceiling. But if it goes up that extra level of glass on the outside, knowing that these would be only a ground story extensions out here, and then this glass upper, and then tapering even maybe to the tower from there. Let's get these fixed. I know. They'll probably end up being hidden anyway, but they're not yet. And for the meantime, I don't want to look. All right. One thing we can do to help ourselves out a little bit now is put up some torches around the outside door of our doors. And look at that. Almost there. Soon our food will be a little bit more secured. All right. Do I have any sand yet? I have one piece of sand. That's not getting it done. Oh, I forgot to do all the setup. All right. Let's go do the setup. Get a little bit settled. And then we're going to go on another boat trip. We're going to try to go get a bunch of sand and maybe track down some other tree types. Maybe. All right, first thing, let's go get this. Move it inside. And then 16 chests. Way back in the day when old Hambbage was still figuring all this out, this was a 7x7 room. It was the same concept completely. Crafting table on one end, and this honestly this goes even further. Well, the development or why drops back even more to the first night in that when I was still figuring out the game, you're slower doing everything. You're not sure or working with as much purpose. Sometimes that first night I wouldn't have much room, so I'd cut cut a little doorway and then put a block down here to keep monsters out. I'd be 2 in, and I would um, cut just 2 wide and then go this way first. So like first priorities go 4 in and then 3 more here, and it would only be 2 high, and I'd put in a crafting table and a chest, because usually after that first day, even back then, I'd have way too much stuff. I'd have a lot of seeds or, whatever zombie flesh, random stuff that I'd run into, and it would be preventing me from picking up other things. So unload a bunch of stuff into here first, make some new tools, and then go back this way and put a furnace in this opposite corner. So even on those first nights, it's not raining or anything, and we got this overhang, I could be in there for that first little bit with a furnace and a little bit of storage, and get things sorted out. And what I quickly decided was that this chest right here next to the crafting table, that was a good one to put all of my supplies. So very familiar to what we've got going on in the other one. Planks, sticks, coal, iron go across the top. Over in this corner, I put 3 materials that I'm not guaranteed of getting any or too many of, but I'm going to put string, feathers, and flint, right? We got some flint. I don't know if we have string yet. But we'll put all those across, and the string goes to bows and fishing rods. It also can be used to make wool. If you're really stuck, you can't find sheep, you can't find a village, but maybe you end up with an abandoned mine or something that's got some, in the Badlands, it's got some string. Oh, by the way, it just came to me. That bad Korean action movie that I watched I was talking about, Badlands Hunter. That one didn't get the huge Hambbage stamp of approval. The ones that have of late, Brothers Soon or Son, the 2020, I think, Arkansas film, big one. And I had a blast just catching back up. I don't know that I'd seen the second and third. I've definitely seen the original John Wick, but catching up on all the ones that are currently on Netflix was nice. I know I've seen the Hotel Continental too, and it wasn't. I think having only seen the first John Wick and not in depth, I was kind of a little thrown by that. I didn't get all the nuances, so I'd love to go back and watch that, but I can't remember what I watched it on initially or whether it's available. I haven't looked back on Prime. Oh my gosh! You know what? After a quick break, I'm gonna go on my. I don't know. Is it a rant? I don't even know yet. Honestly, I haven't used Prime for viewing to know if it's annoying yet. What do you guys feel about the ads? If you're a Prime customer, mention it in the chat. Let me know. Let me know what you guys think. Is it a deal breaker for you on Prime that they're going, hey, if you want the same service that you've been getting and we've been raising the price on you for a number of years, now you're gonna have to pay us more just so that we don't jam more commercials down your throat? I don't know. Honestly, I am so torn. I hate it when companies do that. I think there are far less invasive ways, and it just feels like a scummy money grab. Um, but I don't know. I've been a Prime customer for at least 10 years, if not more, and that would be like 2014. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I don't know if there's like a history on there where I could say when you first started. Um, yeah, when it was first a thing that they would give you free shipping. It wasn't even the video. At the time, the videos were inconsequential. I think I had the Netflix DVD thing, but streaming still wasn't. You could do it. Like Apple had movies and all that, and I mainly had stuff through that, but there wasn't a lot. Netflix was DVD by mail, and they were starting to do an online, and I know Amazon had one, and to me it was all about the free shipping for the holidays. Since my family lived out of state, I could they did gift wrapping, and I could um, get my packages pre-wrapped. That you've always had to pay for, right? Or if the vendor within the Amazon deal even offers it, you still had to pay for gift wrap. But to be able to show up for the holidays with my family and have my pre-wrapped presents arrive there without having to try to pack them, wrap them when I got there, all that kind of nonsense. Man, it was nice. Really, really liked that. So, but to be honest, this year I didn't do much of that. Part of the saturation, and it's partly me, but I know what my folks still like, books and that kind of stuff. I know, um, for my niece and nephew, it's kind of gift cards and something else. There's not a lot of wrapping to be done over the top of any of that stuff. Um, and honestly, like jigsaw puzzles and things like that I get from my parents, I've kind of hit the Amazon well. So this year in particular, I kind of took a break from it, and I now that they live in a different place, I'm flying differently and kind of changing the format of my trips. All that comes into play, but ultimately the biggest pieces of it are that I didn't even use that much. I don't order a lot of stuff to my place sometimes, so it them going, hey, $3 more a month. That's dude, $3 a month. That's another 35 a year. Um, I don't know. I'm interested to see what the reaction is. I know Netflix has gotten some big pushback on their recent rate hikes. Um, I understand why they're doing it, but it's it's one of those I thought could have gone in a different direction. So let me know. Anyway, I need to step away. It's been almost 4 hours and I haven't even really had a break. So give me a bit. I'm still going strong. We'll come back and hit some more of this. See you soon. All right, I am back. We got about 15 minutes, then we'll have an ad break, but I'll probably keep going through that. We're kind of settling into a nice, productive, grindy stage at this point. Before I go too deep there, let's get some more sticks. And replenish our tools. And like we said before the break, welcome in all the folks just arriving. We are headed off on a mission for sand in particular, but perhaps also wood. I don't know exactly what I'd like to do with the doors. Also, I think we're gonna, if we're going, I'm not gonna carry around that dinged up axe. So now we can store partially used up tools like that. Put that back, that back. This can come with us. These are now building supplies. And we will definitely use more of that. We're going to harvest the crops before we go. Just look at that. Oh, so good. What I was trying to do is that. Once you get to kind of a critical mass, I personally don't worry about letting everything completely grow. Like you may notice there's some immature plants in the midst of them. You just get such a limited return on waiting for the odds and ends. Yeah, they may have to repeat a few stages of growth when you replant them, but it's just quicker all around, I think. So my expectation is we're going to have plenty here to plant the whole field and still have some left over. If we have enough left over, we'll cook a full stack of potatoes and start using those for our food. They're just a step up from bread. And we can still always use the bread around here, right? That's why I grabbed those berries, too. We can get a berry patch going. Berries are really low-tier food. They only do a half a heart each, but they grow very quickly, and you can leave the berry bushes planted. Just keep picking the berries. So, good stuff there. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're in the taters. I'm dancing. All right. Anyway, enough messing around there. Is this done? It is. So I'm going to put a full stack of potatoes in. I'm going to toss these guys. Poison potatoes? I wish there was something you could end up doing with those, but I don't know what it is, if there is. We'll keep these in case we get into trouble. They're a good helper. And I guess I will take these stone. Oh, I gotta still do this, don't I? It always looks worse with the wheat. That green stands out like, oh man, I'm totally... You poor little wheats. And we may have replanted it more recently, I don't remember. We've also got to fix that edge. Let's do that if I can. Go. Because this is actually a kind of bad deal, right? You can't hop back up. If I jumped and landed on that, it would break the irrigation of the soil and ruin any plants that I already had seeded, make me retill the soil to get it back to farmland again. So having that edge, if something does fall off, the side there, or if I'm approaching from over by the bees, I don't have to sidetrack around. Just jump up on the stone and then walk onto the crops, and you won't stomp them. Way back, it used to be that you would stomp them. Just walking was no good. Mercifully, they fixed that. Can you imagine? That was before my day, though. And I'm totally going off rumor and speculation. Not speculation. I'm pretty sure that was the case, but I don't have firsthand. All right, there we go. Our existing farm is completely up to speed now. We'll need to get back to that at some point, but we definitely bought some time, right? So now, as our taters cook, I'm gonna do one more thing, I think. Back up towards our home. Also, I think I'm gonna torch this tree too. Not like torch it, but put torches on it, so it's kind of got a couple. Let's put them up high. A couple little light patches. That shows, yeah, there's trees and all, but this is our land, our home. I think I want to do this. Oh, you know what? I shouldn't get too greedy yet, but I'm going to go... that. And then... that. Then I'm going to take out this wall. Switch this for a shovel. I'm going to put that one off for a bit, so that as long as I don't have to look at it, I'm not too bothered. I don't think I have any dirt in here yet, do I? No. Can throw this cobble here. I still have 41 of those stone. Let's add them here. So I think we already kind of alluded to the idea of making these two the entrances. I still may soften these walls and make that a kind of double curve that comes out from this side to meet this side, and would have, maybe about here a flat wall, maybe even one back, where there'd be an entrance here and an entrance mirroring it over on this side. But for now, we're going to make these two elevated and get rid of this cobble so I don't have to jump over it every time. And then we'll put some stairs or something on the outer edge so we don't even have to jump. Alright, getting there. Almost to the glass. Oh, she's good. So the next thing we'll do is flip this field over to here, and then we can be doing potatoes on one side and wheat on the other, and maximize our yields. All right, we got a bunch of potatoes. And what that will allow us to do, we haven't been hungry enough to really look at this, but I'm going to put the bread away and I'm going to put the fish away. The salmon and mutton is still better than the potato, I believe. Mutton, maybe. Steaks and salmon are better than baked potatoes for sure. Here, let's do this while we're gone. There we go. So we'll have some replacements ready. All right. How are we doing? What are we doing? Get some blocks. We're looking for lumber and sand. If we're going for sand, I want to make another shovel. Because why the heck not? That one in, we can always repair. All right. It's probably nighttime now. Not quite. Let's go back up the river. We went out to the ocean earlier. We got some good shipwreck loot and all that. I remember it vaguely, but it has been way back since before the weekend when we played. It was only a couple hours, and we kind of just spawned in and ended up here. So worth getting a little recon, if you will. I think this is where we'd come to get our flowers for the bees initially. Some nice little lilacs there. Pink roses in the back. Those are good around the bees, but we want stacks of the little flowers for... I think we'd found this village, right? Let's do this. Not be stupid. I'm going to put a marker back here on that side, so that we know we have to go back down that particular river and then veer to the left to get home. We'll definitely get some spruce wood before we leave, but I think even though we probably already visited here, it's worth coming back in now. Assume we visited. I kind of hope we didn't, right? It would be better if there were loot chests and things we hadn't seen. Some cave action. An iron golem will protect us. Golem, sorry. Not Gollum, our buddy. Alright, we get an ad. This will be the determining factor here. No, it won't, because this has a smoker, not a chest. So it's seeming like this is... Yeah, there were these two villages, right? I think we checked them both. And I think there's a... pillager around somewhere, right? Pillager tower. We poked down our heads down in this hole yet? Doubt we were too aggressive because we had no armor at the time. Again, these would be early game temptations. Come down in these holes, see if you can find a quick piece of iron, and sometimes that's worthwhile completely because it opens up, you know, better combat, better armor, whatever helps you out from the jump. But usually you have no torches or very few, no armor to speak of, and if the wrong skelly is right around the corner and starts chasing you, you can be dead before you know it. We don't want that. We want our stack of torches here. See, look at all the zombies down there. Our stack of torches and our better food. Oh, come on. That's a creeper. Again, I didn't know there were many even non-gamers who didn't know all these cast of characters, but clearly from Raviolin, they're out there, which is awesome. Raviolin said, "I wouldn't even be a gamer if it wasn't for the fact that it's Tolkien that exists in Lord of the Rings Online. It's that universe. That's like my one and only game. So what is this? So I'm a little bit back in. Listen. This is a bad tutorial. If you're looking for people to teach you how to play this game, it's probably not me to do it. I'll try to help, but oh no. There's a big hole. I'm burping again. Well, this is kind of cool. It's kind of unique for a lot of these in that so far, at least, it doesn't seem to go anywhere. It's just a big hole. And just like that, kind of safe in it. Little bit, right? I don't think we're going to get much spawning action while we're down here. But we're not going to spend a ton of time either. We're just going to come up here and get this iron and coal. But now we can kind of work freely up the sides of all the various walls, pillar up if we need to get to the ceiling. There's no cave openings that are going to have a constant stream of monsters sneaking up on us, so that's nice. And decently plentiful supply of goodies in here. Thing we do kind of want to do, though, is keep an eye on the sky. Once we're down this, this covered and this low, as we saw, zombies can be down here anytime. It's dark enough until we put the torches up. It doesn't have to be nighttime for it to be dangerous for us. What is dangerous, though, is at nighttime, if we're just hanging out down here doing our thing, and don't notice, all the zombies will spawn up at nighttime up above us, and they'll go after the villagers, right? Zombies will attack just the regular old villagers. They'll turn them into other zombies, and at that point, we either have to kill them or contain them and try to heal them up at a later date, but it would be much better to just keep them, for now at least, as good old-fashioned human villagers. I don't want to be like a Badlands hunter. The hunter was wasn't having any issues like that. It was the villain. The anti-hero. Well, he was a little conflicted, but okay, see? Stars are coming out, so we'll hope that that golem up there is protecting the villagers while we sleep down here and don't let too many zombies spawn up on the surface. I may let that go a little long. All right, we got more iron. What we won't do is rush back up there. We'll let the sun and the golems take care of any remaining threats. while we gather up the rest of this iron and coal. This stuff, by the way, is copper. Most folks probably are aware of that, but like iron, copper has to be cooked to be processed, and it's a nice building block. It has a few little applications, but generally speaking, our limited coal at the moment is far better spent on other projects. Also, I'm trying to get a little hungrier. See how my 2.5 missing or dark health hearts are not getting red again? That's because I'm 2 food pops down in hunger. So I won't regenerate that health at all until I eat more. Or unless I take like a healing potion or something and just get that health back, then I would still remain hungry. Obviously, the best solution is to eat something, but we're going to leave it for now. I want to be sure if it's 2.5, 3, or more heart food that those baked potatoes are giving me back, so we can get a good, clean compare. Oops. And make sure that our decision to go with baked potatoes is, in fact, a smart one. Because they take coal to cook as well, right? We can move from there to cooking, breeding pigs. Pigs like potatoes and carrots. So we can use that as a food source to breed them, just like the bees. If we do that, we can make pork chops and tasty and delicious, right? Those are secondary only to steak, I believe. In their healthiness, they may actually be identical, but cows give leather and you can milk them, whereas pigs are basically just for pork. And as I'm Hambbage, oh, I forgot to do it. Well, 2.5, we know we fill that up. I got distracted coming over here to the gardens. Looking for carrots in these. Obviously, we have some potatoes. Until they get up a little bit, carrots and potatoes look pretty similar. Beets are usually a little bit darker. That may be a carrot, whereas that's a potato. So there's good reason to hang out here, right? To try to get a new crop. We did pick up pumpkins. Man, I'm popping. We did pick up pumpkins earlier on today. We'll wait to grow those for a little bit because they have a little bit different growing pattern. And until we get more of our farms laid out, just kind of a nuisance. I'm going to go ahead and stop this water flow. It's not a huge issue with it, but it's not doing us any good. And it's good to get these lit up, right? These are sources of zombies that can come and hurt our villagers. So while we're waiting on those crops to grow, we just try to do a little overhead lighting, right? Flowers. I don't know if they have bees right here or not. That was a spider. So is this a different cave or hole? Here's spider. Along came a spider. Man. I'm going to go... It's a little bit of guesswork. Headphones do help. And if you're ever really, really stuck, there is closed captioning for this game, believe it or not. Awesome for the hearing impaired community. Or, I'm sorry, the vision impaired community. No, hearing. We'll get there. If you can't hear and you're playing Minecraft, it gets a little dangerous at times, right? Because hearing a creeper sizzle or a zombie groan or anything like that, that might be your one indicator that there's trouble coming. So they do make a directional closed caption. No! Where is he? Alright, so I had my shield ready. That's the creeper sizzle I was talking about. You don't want that. Or at least you don't want that unexpectedly. Now, I assumed I was coming down here to find this spider, but he sounds more quiet. Oh, there he is. Alright. Alright, so this is Spider. Hi, Spider. And that's my level 5, that V at the end, Bane of Arthropods. That's 5 tiers of a boost to killing arthropods, or arthropods, I'm sorry, with that sword. It's a little bit trashed here because, generally speaking, arthropods aren't that formidable. Cave spiders, arguably different. There's endermites. Technically, bees are arthropods, and for game purposes, there's a couple others that fall into that category too. Silverfish, right? Now, how did I... So what I was hoping for out of all that, I don't think we got, which was string. Spiders can drop spring? Sping? String. Ugh, I said spring anyway, didn't I? They can drop string. Just like zombies can drop flesh. Oh, there we go. Shh, 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 shh. Don't tell the farmer. Here, we'll do... Yep, did I get it? It'll fall down. Oh, there we go. All right. Shh, 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 shh. We don't want to put them out by leaving them without planted fields, but I'm taking those carrots. All right, there we go. We now have the capability to grow an entirely new crop, carrots. Carrots really don't give us a whole lot more or different than potatoes, but we can make golden carrots, and those are a crafting ingredient for one of the potions, so not a bad thing to have. And already this trip is starting pretty good. I'm just breaking these grasses until the sun goes down, and we'll sleep quickly and figure out our next day. Let's remember the two things that we're really out here for. Although the carrot is awesome. That is a huge boost. He wanted to sleep in my awesome orange bed. But I was like, nah. Oh, yeah, there was a flower forest, right? Because we got an orange bed from, uh, didn't we? Didn't we? From some tulips? Hang on a second. I gotta mute. Oh, man, it feels so good to spare you guys a sneeze. Oh, you're so lucky. All right. Our foci, after getting some more of these flowers for bee food, remember, breeding bees is good, um, is to find, like, there's a big sand hill out there. I'd really like to get a few stacks of sand, so let's go that way. Beach or a desert would be fantastic if you're ever in the market for sand. I recommend those types of places. Deserts are larger than beaches, if you didn't know, so you can get a lot more sand at a desert. Plan accordingly. Where did I park the boat? Did I come all the way up here? I remember we put our torch out. Maybe I kept going. Well, that's good. That's where we want to go, but kind of missed out. Oops. All right. So we're going to go up this river, try to get to that big sandy area. We may check again at this village, but I think we've already been there too. I don't know that we're going to find, maybe we find another cave and go get some more iron and whatnot. That would be good, but there is another source of food right here if we slowed down and took the time to look for it. These shallower, smaller rivers are great places to get salmon, and salmon is good eats. So I think this iron store is where we got our initial boots and hat, if memory serves, and I'm pretty sure we did all this. So we're just gonna go check that this little iron worker. And maybe we'll run around and check their fields and just see if there's any. Yeah. So I left him saplings. We got lots of those at home. He is actually shopping some good stuff. An unbreaking iron sword. It's okay. I don't remember how many emeralds we had. Excuse me. And by the time we finish, or get back here, he would probably have already gone. But if we had 8, getting an unbreaking iron sword wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Or we could roll the dice. Here, let me just demonstrate this, because, unbreaking, I mean, they're iron swords. By the time we get through one, we'll basically have enough iron to replace them. Alright, I'm going to break your tool here. I appreciate you, and I want you to be a toolsmith, but I'd like to see if we can get a different... now, will he come right back? Oh, no! I need another villager. Uh-oh. Dude, listen. Not cool, man. I mean, it's cool. I'm glad that you're industrious and you want to be a farmer, too. Stop it. Alright, now go back over there. Oh, we got a beet. I saw a beet. Alright, is he a toolsmith? Wait for him to get it. Alright, there he goes. Now he won't care about coming back over here. These are not fully grown. I've got carrots. I got beets. What I was trying to show, and this is a critical bit of other stuff. So now, for only one more emerald, we can buy an iron sword that is sharpness 2 and unbreaking 2. I don't remember if the other one was unbreaking 2 or 1 or 3 or what. But if we compare, this one has 4 attack damage. The iron sword is going to get a boost already, but then that sharpness 2 is a universal across the board extra damage. And now that I've reset him, it will probably be a couple more days until he resets. I don't know how many emeralds he's got, but there's two things that I can do to hopefully make this work out in our favor. First thing we're going to do is run back and hop in our boat. Because I wouldn't mind that sword at all. And an early trade like that, it's just nice, right? A little bit extra on your sword could make the difference. And what it kind of would do is free up a little bit more diamond, because very quickly I normally want to upgrade to a diamond sword as soon as we get 2 diamonds. But having a sharp 2 sword would kind of save on that. And what we could also do is, depending again on how available emeralds become, we could buy 2, make an anvil, and combine them, and have 2 an iron sword, which if it was sharpness 2 and combining with another sharpness 2, we get a sharpness 3 sword, and the 2 unbreaking 2s would get the max unbreaking 3 on that sword. And that would be a very nice early game weapon, right? So we'll strongly consider doing a bit of that. You can see our crops there. We got that one neighborhood pig. He's pretty good. We may think about doing some trading. So let's, well, first of all, this is our bin. We got 12. Oh, yeah. All right, so we're going to, without doing anything else, because the sword is only 9. In fact, let's go, oh, no, I've done it. 1, 2, 3. I'm just going to lock in that sword if I can. I don't think I needed anything else to make the trade. Here, we're going to drop off this dirt. Here, we're going to drop off this and this. Here, this seed. Here, these blocks. There. Let's cook this if we can. Awesome, that kept going. Hit the tree. All right, the carrots go safely in here so they don't have an incident. I don't need these extra potatoes. All right, back as quick as we can. Hope he doesn't change out his offer. And we will buy that upgraded sword. The gold is good. Gold has 2 big advantages. One, gold is most damaging to zombies, or at least it was. I don't know if they ever changed that, but gold did an extra damage on zombies. So if you made a weapon out of gold and it hit for 7 for a zombie, maybe it hit for 8 instead. You get a little bit of extra as compared to any of the other animals or monsters or things you might hit with the sword. The problem is the durability, right? And that goes for the tools and the weapons. If you make an iron pick and a gold pick, they're kind of on a similar tier, but the iron pick can break diamonds, the gold pick cannot. Lots of those little guys that can make a big difference. Gotta keep trucking, right? That's the in-between, and then it's up here, I think. Yeah, the horses and all that are up here. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. I need my weaponsmith before he decides to market other products. Then we'll get our sand. All right, there he is. There's his little hut. Actually, it's back there a little bit. Come on. I got emeralds for you, dude. Don't close up shop. Uh-oh. Closed up shop. Is he hanging out? I don't know where their little happy hour area is. Okay, it's over here. Come on, don't go to bed yet. Don't go to bed yet. Where you at? Where is my dude? There he is. Oh my god, where are you going, man? Come here. Hey. All right. So by making that trade with him, he's now locked in. He will never change from those two first tier. I mean, he'll add more if we level him up, if we continue to trade with him. But he will always offer that sword as his bottom tier trade. And look at this. We're going to have beets ready. Oh, perfect. 4 beet seeds. I love beets. They're not very good in the game. You can eat a beet, a regular old beet, and you can eat beet soup. But beet soup doesn't stack, and a beet, here we'll eat one, only heals you up for or only fills up half a food pop there. So the beets themselves in the game are not the best food, but any crop like that is good to have. Simply for trading, for producing those emeralds, and we'll get to all that. Not today, thank God. But like Ravioli said, it was kind of nicely terraced fields. We may try to embrace that a little bit more on this run, which ultimately make that early trading tougher. But let's get on. So I've kind of been just focusing on the dandelions. I said daffodils. Because we have a lot of them already, and it's good to have a stack for feeding. But any of these flowers will work, and they're pretty renewable. Okay, now that we got out of that frantic race, let's go check this field, and then I'm gonna. Oh, look at this! Even more beets. Yeah. Don't worry about me. I'm just getting a jump on your work, sir. This isn't theft. This is helping hand. There we go. And when I talked about needing the boundary around the fields, you can see how the game developers have made that in these default farms. But notice, as soon as they started adding job blocks and put these composters on, composter is what is required to make a villager a farmer. That's a pretty good option right there. I wonder if he'll hold that. I wouldn't mind trading in some of our existing wheat to lock in a farmer already at potatoes and wheat. Let's try that too. Then we'll get our sand and go tree hunting. Not going to eat anything this time, because I want to be hungry, so we can see how much, if bread is 2 or 2.5, food pop things. And if it's only 2 when I eat bread or potato, which we know is over 2.5, we won't learn anything. So let's get hungry. So back again, we can store our very much appreciated but no longer needed gold sword, the arthropods, and I'm gonna grab all the wheat we can spare, which is basically all of it, because I don't have any cows or sheep to feed at the moment, and we've got more growing, and turn that into emeralds, and we may even be able to pull off this whole second sword deal sooner than we thought. Second sword, we're going to need 31 pieces of iron to make the device we need to combine the two swords. So that would move up in priority, but Um, honestly, until this sword or the next is getting pretty worn down. That's not a glaring priority. It's very nice to have, but when we've got no iron, we got this iron, but that's that iron doesn't count. The good news though, we got 2 more crops, and we've got all of this. Let's keep just those, and then let's put our dandelions away, and we'll put these extra seeds away. We already talked about, here, we'll throw this in here. It's kind of an oddball box anyway. And then I want to get the emeralds that we do have, and we'll go see if we can buy another sword. The next sword is also good to get so that it will push that trader, the weaponsmith, further along to unlocking more traits, right? If he unlocks a next tier, he may have a different type of sword, whether it's iron. I don't know if he immediately goes into diamond gear. I would think that would be a little further along, but it may be an iron sword with a different attach that we could combine with this one and another one of these two to make an even better sword, right? So, yeah. Rarely do we do anything other than shopping up emeralds from farmers, and eventually we're going to bring some farmers closer to us so we don't have to make this trip all the time. It's a little ways off. For now, it's good enough to know that we got a guy selling us swords. And hopefully a guy that still wants to buy our wheat. Many of you have already seen us rolling farmers to get exactly the combinations of stuff we want. Not nearly so important early in the game, but considering that we've already gotten the jump on wheat and potatoes, that would be an ideal combo at this point, since it'll take all that time to build up beets and carrots, and we can just keep growing potatoes and wheat while we're doing that. So, and there will be future other farmers that we cure, all that stuff, probably. We got to at least assume that that's the case. So here we go. This guy will sell us or buy 20 wheat from us for 1 emerald. So we can do that, and if I hit shift and hit it, I'll get 3 more emeralds, right? And look at the green experience bar for making that trade. For the moment, at least, he's like, hey, keep it coming, man. I want more. And you can see the jump there, right? This is just for a trade. So if I do 1, 2, now he's there. And if I escape now, his bar is full. He's going to have these little purple fart bubbles, right? And now he's unlocked an apprentice tier of trades. So he will sell us, for 1 green emerald, he will sell us 4 pumpkin pies. Delicious. He will buy 6 pumpkins from us. So, you know, basically we can turn pumpkins into pies at an incredible rate. Considering we don't have to supply any of the other ingredients, which I think are wheat and eggs. Maybe sugar? I don't remember. It's rare that I make the pies. But it's very good to get this pumpkin trade already in there. We have pumpkins back at home. That'll switch. All right, sorry about the rain here. Let's hurry up our business. So now we're going to keep trading with him. And he's got a kind of hidden inventory / desire for wheat. And as you can see, he reached his saturation point. He's like, I can't take any more wheat from you, dude. I appreciate it, but I'm good. And got it. So I'm going to go. We only have enough here to get, well, we could get 2 more swords, but even if we do, we get enough to buy 1 set of pies. And you can see the pie was a big jump. So now I've got a few pies, and I'm going to go try to find the weaponsmith. He's back happy houring again out in the rain. We need to make you guys an awning. So now I have 18 diamonds, and he has 2 of these swords. You can see we got a long way to go on swords, um, but at least at the moment, I'm gonna suck it up and get a spare. Okay? Thanks, buddy. Now I didn't throw anything with that Q, did I? What did I have there? Anything? God, I hope not. No, it's probably wheat or the emeralds. I think it was the emeralds. All right, so that's all done. Unfortunately, it's not nighttime, so I can't stop this rain. We already checked those fields. It's getting closer, but it's not there yet. So let's continue our journey now. That is huge, though. A farmer that wants to buy the stuff that we've got, and a weaponsmith that, at least at an early game stage, can be a big help. And if we get on good supplies of coal, that can be a huge boost to us as well. Oh yeah, we spawned near cherry trees, didn't we? We're definitely gonna have to return all the way over and get cherry trees. And in fact, I think the flowery forest is back behind us. Let's sleep. Oh, feeling good. Hope you guys are too. Chat went a little quiet. Raviolin is awesome. Awesome in the chat. There we know our VIPs around here. Raviolin isn't one yet. But top list of contenders or due. Much like some of our other VIPs, just comes in, makes the conversation fun, brings in takes and topics and stuff that I'm not thinking of, and definitely builds it out. So you guys are all welcome. Don't feel, I guess, intimidated or anything to speak up. You're always welcome to lurk, though. Anyway, sorry, rambling. We're standing on this sand hill. We're gonna go over there and try to chop some cherry trees to get saplings, because I'd love to have some cherries growing back over by my house. There's no actual cherry fruit. They're just decorative, but they're beautiful. And it's a different color wood we can use in our building. This, I am well, I don't know if I'm going to regret it or not, but this looks all funky and weird anyway. So I'm going to try to clean it up a little bit. There we go. Just, it's like floating blocks. They're not the best. And this is an odd sand hill anyway. All right, look at how hungry we are now. So we have 4.5 empty food pops, and now we can check our potato, see how much we fill up. 2.5. All right, so we know that. We'll see how hungry we get again before we finish up this journey and see if we can test the pie. Pies are good. They don't saturate you well, but they, I think, do quite a bit of healing and initial fill. It just, the timer, the hungry timer restarts quicker. That's how that goes, I think. Shell and sand, it's pretty quick, but it is tough on the durability. You can see that little health bar for a shovel there shooting down. And that goes for any quality of tool. They will, their durability will go down a little quicker, I think. Maybe it's just because it's quicker, it feels like it goes down faster. Assume they've got the same number of uses, regardless of material. Alright, let's switch you. I do want to maintain a little bit of shovel. Oh, look at how much sand we already got. Awesome. So we're going to make glass for our building project back home. There we go. And now we got a little flat top sand. Wow, look at all these sand. Oh, was this where the little spit of? I guess I went off the wrong side, didn't I? Okay. Wait a minute. Did I come from over here? Yes. All right, and there's the cherry trees. All right, let's go there next. Everybody know what cherry tree doors look like? I'm sure I've made them. I'm not real. I'm guessing they're going to be very pink. I'm not real sure about that, but I do know I like acacia. But we'll get some cherry too. This is why we remade the axes, right? Could definitely take some cows out here. I know that there's some wandering around in the trees near us back at our base, so those will be the ones that we'll be using for breeding. So you could even just wholesale kill them all, but that's where being nomadic is a big help in hardcore. If you're just constantly moving, you don't have to worry. Like, oh, don't kill those cows. You might need cows someday. Um, you just kill everyone you see until you have enough beef or leather or whatever it is you're looking for at that time. See? This one might have been our first tree. In fact, I think it was our first tree we punched. We started up on this hillside somewhere. Very cool. I remember. Now, I'm not going to take the bee cherry tree. Seems wrong. I don't know if these little ground flower things count as flowers for bees, but we'll certainly. I don't know if I need silk touch or anything to grab them either. It could be a factor. I'm like, we'll grab some if we can. I think we can. I think you can just break them. But the main thing we want to grab are cherry tree saplings so that we can plant our own at home. There's a couple. And some of just my breaking those will produce. It really doesn't matter if we break them or if they just break themselves. As soon as they lose contact with a log like this, they will start to decay and or break and drop. Hey, little bunny. Go, bunny. All right. Question of the day. All right, we did get some. So these are pink petals. Um, I don't know what recipe did I get with pink petals. I'll have to check the craft. Maybe I can craft. Oh, I can make dye. I don't know how. Oh, I'm just hiding it. So all right, they craft pink dye. Um, it would be fantastic if those worked with bees, but um, I don't know. Let's get a few. That's half a stack. I don't need. Oh, they might work for breeding rabbits. The often overlooked rabbit. Do y'all know you can make rabbit stew? Now, the question would be, is this bunny going to get interested? Are you here? Nope. No surprise. They like carrots. They also like some of the flowers, like dandelions. 29. We've got 5 saplings. I would like to do a lot better than that, and hopefully, as this big tree decays, we will. That can now stack. Since those rabbits didn't react, I don't know that I don't know that the bees are either, but we'll give it a try. If not, we'll just make pink dye. Dye stuff. That would be nice. 12. Like it. I talked about breaking this, I think, but at the time we didn't really have anything, and I guess we could use sand, but eh. Look at this. Alright. I think we climbed up here to start. Climbed up somewhere around here. Hi, pig. Whew. Here we are. Long way down. Let's see. I think, yeah, we came up here, so the village, that's our sand hill that we just got sand from. The villages are up beyond there, and our base is much further out that way. We do have this acacia savanna, which starts right there. So as soon as we get this sleep done, our next task is going to be to go get some acacia trees, just like the cherry trees. And once we have cherries and acacias, I know what the acacia doors are look like. They could work. And I know we made cherry doors before. I just don't remember what they look like, and I'm not really sure that for our outer doors we need cherry. Definitely excited to have our weaponsmith, our local, he's not ours, but the local weaponsmith, giving us a good iron sword. Get things going. We got that farmer. He's going to make life nice for us. Now, I should clarify that normally, if you're given the option, or if I'm given the option, and you can kind of manipulate it a little bit, um, toolsmith is actually kind of the go-to instead of weapon, and it's the same reason for enchanting or anything else. You're gonna have more tools ultimately than you are weapons, right? You only need to make one top tier sword, and you're kind of good. At two, you want a smite and a sharpness sword, but once you've got them and they're fully juiced, and maybe you have a spare, that's about it. Tools, you can always have more tools, and if you get lucky enough to have a toolsmith and you level them up, it takes some investment, but if you get them making picks or even axes, but picks would be ideal, and you get up to diamond, and you won't know at the start. There's nothing you can really do to manipulate it, I don't think. But if you get lucky enough to get unbreaking or efficiency um, out of the gate on a top tier, on a diamond tool, well, that's one enchant you never have to put on it when you're rolling books or trying to get enchants. So you buy it, and all those repairs and whatnot, if you don't have mending yet, those all become a whole heck of a lot cheaper when you don't have to worry about um, adding an expensive enchant yourself. It will just come with its full enchanting score from day one. Cows, sorry about that, but you are far from my home. Not a single bit of leather, but we got 5 steaks. I'm really just kind of trying to kill time until we get a few more sapling drops. Was that a jungle tree? I think it was just bright gray. Oh yeah. How we doing on inventory now that we got all this cherry stuff? It's fine. We could ditch the eggs. All right, here's what I'm gonna do. It's a little Lords of the Ringsy movie version. We're gonna light the watchfire, and I'm gonna get this cow. Hi, cow. There's some leather. Just one piece. We need books. We need leather to make books. We need books to make bookcases, and we need 15. I think bookcases to get max tier enchantments on our enchanting table. That's a little further off than what we're worried about at the moment, but very good things. And since we're so far from home, we got all those plains and plenty of cows between us and here. I'm gonna start taking these guys because the more we do now, the less we got to worry about breeding up to get the leather. And this will give us steaks too. Steaks being better than potatoes or pie as a food source. We'll cook those, whatever we end up with, up, take them back, and those will be our mining food and all that when we may find ourselves in trouble. Okay, we're getting on the edge of sparse jungle here. We're looking for 4 really, out of jungles at this point, resource-wise, and there's some of them. First of all, we really don't care too much about jungle wood at the moment. It's nice, right? But we want the saplings. This jungle is a long way from home, and it's much easier to just grow enough jungle trees to harvest our own jungle wood back closer to home. No fuss, no muss. All right, so now we've got jungle logs. We've got cocoa beans. I'm going to get some more of both of those from here. And then we're going to try to get, saplings out of these decaying leaves. Quick note, trips up some people. Jungle leaves drop saplings, but only if they're tree leaves, or it's more about their height above the ground. Because there are also bushes like these, right? These are jungle leaves too, and they got a nice little jungle log in the middle. But as they decay, you won't get saplings, unfortunately. But you can still get the log. We've only got 19 of those. I'm going to keep chopping. Oh, I couldn't quite get there. Okay, good. Come on, saplings. All right. Well, the good news is it is 5 p.m. here. I'm still good. We're definitely wrapping up this trip. I'm having a blast. Love this part of Minecraft. We're it's also the the most likely time I have of dying in this game. When you're starting to get some gear, you're starting to get some food, base is on the way, you're out adventuring, and then you get a little too confident, and all of a sudden you're paying the price for it. Hopefully, we won't be doing any of that because we've unlocked some great stuff today. And I think we've got the foundation for a fun, not fully envisioned even, base build. But I like where it's starting. These jungle saplings, I swear they are the toughest to get out here. And the other thing that we want, I said there were 4 items. They are coffee beans, jungle wood, jungle saplings. Actually, scratch jungle wood. It's nice. It's not at all important. The sources are the important bits. So, in addition to the jungle saplings, wasn't there a big jungle? Like, there's a big jungle tree. Oh, and I think I see some more of the other stuff. I don't know what side I'm best going. This cave here is crazy. Whoa, look at that guy. He's all chainmailed up. We can't deal with chainmail, so... Well, we can't produce chainmail. Chainmail is actually pretty decent. In long established worlds, we work to build up full sets from drops, but by that point, our armor is better. All right. We've just come into view of one of the next things that we really do need. And look at all these goodies. Let's climb up this hill a little more. The next item that we want to grab is bamboo. Bamboo is amazingly fast growing. It's super useful, real world or in Minecraft. Get yourself some bamboo. And there's the other thing that we need right there. Watermelons. So, yeah, for reproduce or for renewable resources out of the jungle, the 4 items that you can come out of any good trip with are watermelon, bamboo, cocoa beans, and then a jungle sapling or a few to get your own jungle tree farm going down the road. Cocoa beans are a little bit of an odd crop. They're kind of like beets in that they're not that useful, but they have a deer heart and are especially fun on server environments. I would fully believe because it's all about giving cookies, right? The cocoa beans are only an ingredient in making cookies. Oh, that's a skelly. Oh, we get an ad break. Why is it I'm always having combat when there's ads going? There he is. How is he? There we go, John Tell. Oh, hey. There we go. That's just that new sword. So look at my health went down. That's our first skelly combat. And skellies are pretty nasty early on. So there we go. Hang on. We'll get back to that. We've filled up coffee beans. Only set 2 saplings. We need more of those. Melons. That's a good amount. Each of those will turn into 1 melon seed as well. So we're off to a good jump there. Bamboo. That 30 is plenty. It will turn into lots and lots. And let's switch this. We pulled the arrow out of the top of our head. How do you make that shot? We also got one in the knee, I guess. So there you go. But our unbreaking on our sword, we fully dispatched him. And look, it doesn't have not a single nick on it. It's good. And with that little bit of extra sharpness, helped us out. The level 5 Bane of Arthropods on there instead wouldn't have done any good on the skeleton. So we had the right weapon. And that will get just a little bit better if we can combine those two. But we're going to need more iron for that, so that's definitely not happening today. unless we get amazingly lucky. My problem is I keep chopping these trees, but then I want to keep moving, and I'm not sticking around for the decay of the leaves, the saplings. There's the top of that one. This will be good. This is a good double. A few more cocoa beans, which, again, whoop-de-doo. Cocoa beans only grow on logs. We can make a little demo farm. I switch that for that. And I go there. And then I put one of my magic cocoa beans. It will just sit there and grow. It has to be a jungle log. You can't put like a piece of oak out. But it will slowly but surely. Where did those... Oh, right here. These leaves. See, no saplings, dang it. Now, what is this? Oh, was that from this other tree? Like, did that fall off my farm somehow? Are we getting saplings? I also kind of want to go get one of those giant red mushrooms, but we're not really chasing the advancement to eat all the different foods at the moment, so I'm not too worried about it. Someday we'll have a mushroom island and all that. Technically, we could ditch the sticks for our next food. It kind of stinks that I'm stuck here. Down my hearts, but wanting to get hungry. Yeah, let's eat a pie. So that got me up. You saw it gave me a full heart right away, and then an extra couple before my food energy got converted into hearts, which left me at 1.5 hearts hungry. Now I don't heal anymore, but I can do that same thing, and that should top off my food right there. Leave me still full for a bit, but as I said, the pies tend to be a little bit shorter lasting, right? Like it's a sugary snack kind of food, not a steak. So it's gonna fill you up, give you a big rush, but might not stick with you as long as some high protein, good carbs type food is likely to do. Man, there we go. 7. It's not even too big. Jungle trees. There we go. 8 gonna be enough? I'm gonna hang out here and we'll try to do a little bit of a retrace of our footsteps just to see. Any more cows around I can hunt while we're waiting? Great first trip to the desert. To the desert. The one thing we didn't see, we got sand off a hill. Great first trip to the sparse jungle and bamboo jungle. That's going to get into real jungle. And jungle's great. We've had some definite fun. It is a little dangerous. Just because it's really tough to see. You can have creepers and stuff sneak up on you a little more easily when you're in the dense jungle. But really fun. Great inspiring setting for a lot of builds. And if you find the temples, those are always a blast. Um, what was the didn't we have like Rebel Without a Clue or something like that? What was the one where we lived in the temple? Had the pig. Remember, I had the pig in the pig sanctuary. Whenever I dug out a basement, the pig got trapped there. We left him there, and then something killed me tragically. Was that a dragon fight that went wrong, or what was that? I don't remember. All right, these are all gone. I don't see any more saplings. Oh no, wait, these leaves are still here. I was looking in the wrong spot. Almost invisible. Man, oh man. 8. It'll have to do. Not quite. I mean, we got more jungle than acacia. Although we're gonna go back towards that torch and see what we see. Could definitely hang out. Just keep chopping trees. Fill up as many saplings as you can carry if you want. But all right, maybe that loss of health from that drop will make us hungry. And then by the time we get back, oh, I'm going to take this and I'm going to chop you. Sky cows. This is no place for cows. It's actually the perfect place for cows. Yeah, 3 hungry. So now when we get back again, I can definitely eat some bread and see how that compares to the baked potatoes. Somewhere over here were still some decaying leaves. I don't know if we went around that way or if we stayed up high here. Come on, let's get a few more acacia saplings. Any? More eggs. Dude. Excuse me. That was a cough. Not a sneeze. Felt kind of sneezy, but. Alright. Show me saplings. So hard to see against that landscape. I'm hoping from some of these will break down and give us a few more. I'm going to leave those cows because they are close to spawn cows. Not that I have any. That's kind of cool. Oh, donkey. It's our first donkey, I think. There may be some out on the plains I just haven't noticed. But look at that. It's like a playpen in there. Endless hours of engagement and excitement. I don't have any room to pick up these seeds that I'm running over. Not that I really need to at this point. All right, my friends. I'm calling this a bust. If we need to, we'll come back for acacia trees. Oh, look at how hungry I am. This is going to be great for food comparisons. Keep running and jumping our way on back to the water. I don't really want to hurt myself since we're not going to get any recovery heal. But you'll often see folks online that when they're playing Minecraft and are moving about, they are bunny hopping. You actually increase your sprint speed a little bit by doing the holding down the bounce as you're running. I don't know why. All right, there's our boat. What a mission! I think I've been going over 5. We'll probably end up being close to 6 by the time we boat all the way home. Figure out what we got. Finish cooking a stack of glass and get our windows in. It's gonna be pretty close anyway. And while we're working on that cooking, we may lay out a whole nother set of fields and try to get our carrots and beets going at least in the same half and half layout, and then I think as chat kind of said early on, we'll terrace a little bit, put in some fields. It won't be the biggest, most efficient. If you know the other alternative out here is to just lay out some fields out this way and grow the crops and trade with the villagers there. What I don't think that crop growth at spawn has ever been a deal. Spawn chunks have a number of things that just continue to happen. I don't think growing crops is one, and I don't think like animal hunger. Like if you leave, come back, your baby animals won't just be insto presto grown up because they were loaded the whole time. Some things will remain loaded the whole time, and that can have interesting results for automation. But sadly, just running farms in the background doesn't quite work that way, as far as I know. Now, maybe like a villager breeder farm or something. There are the villager farm, the one that we use for the breeder tower, right? The little drop chute where the babies go down and then the water elevator up. There is a system with a hoppered minecart embedded under the farm itself, where the villagers will harvest the crops, but they just fall on the ground, and those minecarts will pick them up, and your result is automated farming. But I don't know that will just continue to produce you goodies in the background. All right, here we go. How did I end up with? Was that 2 full stacks? That didn't make sense, does it? We kind of got to cook those, but not as pressing as the glass. We got food, so I'm gonna cook a stack of sand. Man, everything's a little eerie. We got it was very bizarre. We got wheat that seemed to multiply. We got sand that seemed to be perfect stacks, even though at the time we were just digging sand. What's going on? All right. Extra sand, extra sandstone. Some of this, well, the tree stuff, it probably makes a lot more sense to leave out here. So let's plant those, or plant, store all those. Um, I do want to see what these cherry tree doors look like. We'll need a couple. You know, that ain't terrible. Oh crap. Uh, oh, I know what the jungle and acacia doors look like, and frankly, neither are super amazing. Boop, 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 boop. All right, let's just store you guys. We might tweak this. It's always open to refinement. Come on, run. Oh, I can't because I'm getting hungry. All right. Man, I should have done that first. All right, we'll walk slow. Yeah, we're too hungry to sprint now. Oh, we also got to fill those in with dirt. All right, so I think that'll work. I ain't, I ain't scared of pink. Don't threaten me. Secure in my masculinity. Now we do have two extra. I guess we should put the spare building materials inside. We'll get a building mats chest as well. But for now, we can still walk through the window holes and throw those in the work chest, crafting chest. So as you can see here, our potatoes and wheat certainly didn't grow. I would at some point like to fix that leak. All right, bread. So 2.5 was our potato. 2.5 is our bread. So those are the same, right? It should be up to 2 completely left. So those are identical. Doesn't matter at all prior to what I previously said. That's why we actually do stuff here and pay attention. So the potatoes aren't significantly better than the bread. Let's try let's get hungry again. What we're going to do next is take all this dirt, or some of this dirt. I don't think we need that much. Let's take that much dirt. And we'll come back up to the building site. Again, you can see now I'm sprinting, and if I bunny hop, we can cover the ground faster at least. Kind of weird little gamey mechanic thing. I guess we'll fill in this one. Boop. We're getting close to bedtime here, but just try to knock this out a little bit. Okay, let's go in here. Let's drop off this supply of dirt just so we have it ready. Let's put this on the floor and sleep. Okay, we can start setting up some of these. Again, I don't know. Let's go learn about pink petals too, and see if that has any good to be done with bees. Didn't appear to for... But oh, there we go. Okay. Come on. Come on, bees. Did that bee just go back inside? So they're certainly cosmetic, right? We can set them around here and have them, but I don't know if they will allow bees to pollinate. And still trying to figure out. Oh, oh, oh. He likes it. All right, now I just need a buddy for you. Come on. Oh, there's a buddy. Buddy. Come on. All right, I don't want to rush. I know you just got those little bees. Oh, here's one. Buddy. Come here. Oh. Bing. That is fantastic. And we got this guy flying around here. Doesn't take long, but you start to reach a little critical mass where it's like, oh, all of a sudden we're seeing bees, not just as a rarity, but like more or less continuous. And they'll do their thing. They just don't reproduce on their own at all. So we've got to tend to it. But now we've got a whole bunch of flowery things. I'm going to leave these outside as well. We don't need bamboo in the house unless it's we're going to be crafting something with it, right? So that's unnecessary. But this, these. Oh, and I got that leather. The leather's inside, right? We're going to take all that stuff. I might as well take these. In fact, I might as well take that chest. I think let's take a stack of coal. But I think otherwise, I'm pretty good out here. I still don't have string. The wood, I think, by and large, we're going to want to have indoors, but I don't know. And this stuff definitely is going to go inside. All right, how's our glass? Oh, well then. Let's fuel the furnace. And let's, at least for the lower windows, let's make a stack. I don't think we need a stack, but the return on glass panes is so easy that why not? Oh man, it's so good to see bees more or less doing their thing while I'm cruising out there. And maybe that bee was flying over here. Oh, there's a bee over there. Oh, so good. So good. All right. And the reason why I thought that these doors were acceptable, each kind of wood makes a different kind of door. And some of them are great, and for the different types of builds and things, they're amazing. But as you know, you kind of might guess, like the dark oak, and not oak, regular oak doors are the original doors, and they have a little 4-panel window in the door. Dark oak and spruce doors are solid. They're like castle-y doors, right? And that's cool. It's very helpful when you're doing stylistic building. But do I want panels or panes? Let's fill in that first. And this we were going to have as a floor to ceiling as well. Because, seriously, who doesn't want floor to ceiling? Now, technically, there's no ceiling. But floor to support, I guess, would be the better. We'll probably double that. And then, again, have another level up above that will be our unfloored atrium level up high. So if you think about, like, if this is the ceiling level, we have a particularly high ceiling here, right? But in a normal floor, if this is the ceiling level, like here, right? And we could make this a wood ceiling or whatever we wanted to. This then would be the floor level, just like with our walls, so that you could have different carpet type blocks on one level than the ceiling in your other. So you're not looking up at the bottom of some wool carpet or some wood that is going to be your floor and below. Now, sorry. I'm going to try this. This might be our first real big building waste. Sometimes breaking those stone blocks feels like a big waste too. But I'm not real sure about this corner, if I wouldn't rather have it solid block glass, but I think at least to start, that's pretty tight. Now, let's put you and you away. Let's grab you. We're going to go here. Definitely not a fall to the death situation here, like it would be for some of our farms, but worth being a little intelligent. All right, so this would be like the floor level, right? But then we're going to do another 4 high section of glass. Well, I guess 3. Let's just go. I don't need that. Let's switch these two. And hopefully if I put something down from on the very top, hopefully that will keep all of that safe for now. Mark my words. All right, so this is our wall, and I'm going to go to, man, the higher I go, the less this lasts. Here we do that. And then we've got 1, 2, 3. Oh, shoot. I need light. It's going to look a little weird, but I think it's all right. Can I get there? Let's do that. It should probably be here. Crap. Did I just... No, that's good. All right, come on. We're good. It's all fine. Look at that bee way up there. All right. 1, 2, 3. That gets a torch. Okay, I'm crouching, by the way. Shift key holds us on an edge like that so we won't fall off. So then back here, we're going to go 3 in the torch. Nope. Damn it. that's the end of that. We'll have to go recover and cook more stone. And then I think we'll probably go that. It's a little non-standard, but I like where this is headed. Sleep. Oh, you know what else we need to do? We need to make charcoal for now, so I don't use up all that coal cooking stone and whatnot. How are we doing on... Yeah, I got some... I can double this stuff up now. So I know we've got glass going here. We're going to switch out the glass that we made for more charcoal. And then I'll bring up logs, and we'll leave some logs up at the other one cooking charcoal as well. Fuel both our furnaces with charcoal. And charcoal basically can do anything that coal can do. I think. I don't know of any limitations, at least. So if I do that, we'll cook a full stack there. And then maybe I should have done that the other way. Let's do that. Let's take... I've already got it up there. Do I have... I don't have any more cooked stone here, do I? No. All right, let's go cook stone up there, and then I should really just cook more charcoal. Man, I love it. It's already starting to poke out. Oh, it's going to be good. Well, not yet, but in a boxy but modern kind of boxy way. It's going to look nice. Alright, so up here, I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Cook that whole stack to make a stack of charcoal for up here. And then we will cook stone in this one. In the meantime, while we're up here, you can get stored. You can be combined. You can go in here. I'm going to have to make more torches at some point. It's crazy that we were kind of just kicking off at the beginning of this stream. We only had about 2 hours into the game early on. I do want to use one of these. I don't need that. Let's put that right back again. All right. Actually, I should get 2 of these. I know, but you guys know what I'm doing. And you know it's got to be done, right? I guess we're only going to do 1 yet, but... Sticks there. Item frame. And in this room, I think we'll kind of trophy it up. I don't know, maybe we'll do a banner of maps. But let's put away our first sword that we were lucky enough to get. Let's come up here. Just trying to kill time here while we wait for that charcoal to finish so that we can then get our stone working again. A little tough to hit these just right. Again, don't want to fall. Wouldn't be fatal, but we might break a leg or something like that. There's no body part damage in Minecraft, in case you were unaware. But there you go. Now I'm gonna wait. I want to have that corner done as kind of as a counter, and because these are just wall-to-wall windows, I'm going to have that next tier up be, it would seem very floaty if it didn't have any support. So we'll switch the stone piece out to the corner there, and just accept that that's going to give us lots of natural light and make it beautiful inside. Unfortunately, at least until we cover this, which may come a little quicker than anticipated, we gotta have the kind of funky torches up top, because they are what are protecting us from things spawning at night up on this upper edge and dropping in to attack us. So that's the reason there. All right, how is this doing? Got 20. Fortunately, as the case. Oh wait, we're not done in here. Let's make our treasure chest. Bonk. Don't. Now that we've spent all our emeralds, we don't have as much treasure, but it's all right. We're also very, very low on torches. So let's go make those. We still got to make the fields as well. In fact, if we do it right, it should all line up. 4, 6, 8, 9. Perfect. Water there. And squid, I thought you were some kind of monster. Oh, and now I took those I took those two slabs all the way up top. We're going to get 6 anyway, so it's really not a deal. Just do the old actual shuttle run. Shuttling the buckets back and forth. It's getting us good and hungry. Let's check on our mutton food. All right, so we have 5.5. And after eating mutton, it has an extra half of food. It gives us 3 instead of the 2.5 that the potatoes and the bread give us. So there you go, slightly up. Steak is going to be better than that. And of course the pie, but let's use bread while we're running around here now. Till we cook all that steak up, really not much point, and we're not eating the steak anyway. We're going to hold on to that for our cave expeditions. I've got this one arrow. I do need to make the slabs. Lunk. So now I have 4 slabs up at the house. And I got to make the torches. Keep trying to remind myself all these various little home improvement projects we got to make. I was going to say honey-do list, but we don't really have a honey to tell us, so that makes it tough. Alright, that's a good reminder. We need torches, because now I have none. So 64 and 64, we'll just go ahead and torch it up. And get the last one here. Dunk. I'll maybe throw an extra stack here. I wanted more sticks so that I could make another frame here. It's good to have framed stuff, right? Whether it's family photos or a little bit of art, something on your walls. Get you your space. All right. You go back in here. I'll take those up just so they're all in the same stack. And then let's go up and come back. Yeah, those still have some time. We're going to sleep. We'll sleep inside again. We'll hang up. Oh, man, I got to just carry flowers now. I want to hit those bees every time. Yeah, I think that's going to look sharp. We're not just going to be, like, getting by in a base at the end of today. We're going to be living in a modern structure. Like it. All right. You go away. That was part of the deal. I'm going to, I think, make a runner around the top. So let's make this our very first map. Bonk. And you can see they expand out. Items in the frames just pop. Maps in frames, push them to the full diameter of the block, or dimensions of the block. So it will be right up against any other edge. You won't see any border around it. So if we choose to put these, or if we get so many that they all run together, you can kind of play around with trying to make them join up. There's no rhyme or reason, but it's a little fun. And there we go. We can see outside. Those are not a bed. But we face the wrong way to look out the door at the moment. Okay. Now, and this is the reason, right? We got big windows. We stayed up a little bit late there playing with the item frame and all that. But see, from these doors, if this was a solid oak door, there could be a creeper that's come right up in here. You open the door, it's right behind your face. Any doors that have little openings, you can see. But be aware of this, in hardcore, I don't know how if it's like degrees of difficulty, if it's standard versus tough or whatever it is. If it's standard game mode but with high difficulty, if that's when they start breaking down doors or not, I'm not sure. But a stout oak door takes a lot more breaking than a probably, I'm guessing these cherry wood doors, but certainly like a jungle wood door, which is basically like an open screen frame. It's just got some open slats. They break those very, very quickly. So another little fun way to be aware. All right. Speaking of bee, come here. Hearts. Oh, there we go. We're winning. I don't know if there's another bee buddy for you, dude. I'm looking. I'll gladly have you make a new friend, but I don't see it yet. That's all right. That's a win. All right, we got bees. We're gonna cook this stone right now. We are going no shield, dangerous. For rogue creepers, although I think we're safe. 1, 2, 3, 4. The water hole. 1, 2, 3, 4. And if we go back 1, 2, 3, so we're fully in range there. And then I just go a long way. 2, 3, and fourth torch. 1, 2, 3. And right across the end. There we go. Still don't have you worn out enough. That and that and that and that. So like I said, this very quickly could turn into our double potatoes and wheat capacity, but since we've got to reprocess those anyway, we're going to start the corner of it with beets and carrots as well, because we want to get a jump on those. And we really want to start getting some pumpkins going. So probably not tonight. I don't know. We'll see how long this stone takes. to cook and let us make our base a little bit secure, but it is really good in terms of getting some emeralds and leveling up that weaponsmith to see what his next offer is going to be to trade some of those pumpkins. And you can see we've kind of filled up, so maybe what we'll do is make a new tier here and just kind of leave this open to fill in a little bit. But we'll set that up for pumpkins. We'll try to leave some space, so like cut way over here and do number of different rows of watermelon and pumpkins, and save some space to spread some of these bees in, because we really want them to be hitting our melons and pumpkins a lot. That's really important. And then we'll, we can maybe do a berry row in there or something. I don't know. We can do anything. It's the beauty of Minecraft. Anything at all. All right. That. Good grief. That. It's a problem with stone tools. Always getting eaten up. All right. That's all good. I want my beet seeds and my carrots, and this is such a little endeavor. I think what we're going to do is just pop you guys there and there. We'll leave the middle one open and try to fill them in as long as we can while we're waiting to get a couple more harvests there. Get this whole inner part swapped for melons and pumpkins, which, as I said, grow a little differently. So that's why we're not just mixing them in here. And then we'll do a further tier up higher, and we'll set that up for carrots and beets eventually, so we can trade those as well. We won't be able to trade all those things to the one villager, but we can trade wheat and potatoes and pumpkins, and we will automatically be able to trade melons at either the next or the following level. So lots and lots to look forward to in terms of emeralds. And that guy's, he's not a healed, recovered, saved villager. He's not going to be giving us awesome prices, but that's all right. We're just getting going, all right? Perfectly good. All right. While we're having all kinds of fun with this, we are not cooking stone. So let's rectify that. And I got another one here. I don't know about fences. Normally we gate and field all our crop all our gate and fence all of our crops or fields, so that while we're working on stuff, if it gets to be nighttime or something, a creeper at least has to wander around it a bit to try to get to us. I don't know that I'm going to do that this time. We're going to have our terraces. All right. A lot more cooking there. As soon as we get 3, we're good to go. You go there. I got these sticks. I will need... Let's make 2 more. That's way more than enough, but now we got it. I do have 1 piece of stone. That means I only need 2 to really get going. There we go. Now at least we can hang all these windows, and then maybe I should finish the top first. I mean, we could always climb up higher, but do that first. All right. Should we do... Let's put this potion away. I've been carrying it around for ages. Go in here for now. I need these. Put spare torches. We're not going on an expedition or anything. Those can go in their spot. Snug all these up until we have more stones to go. Alright. Not too bad. You know what we do want? I didn't bring them up here yet, so let's go back down here. And I'm going to make the arrows. We have, I think, even equal numbers, but it really doesn't matter. Whichever you got more of feathers and flint. So we'll make some arrows. We don't have a bow yet, but that's what we want to use those for. So might as well stock them up. Stock them up, stock them up. Yeah, there we go, 4 and 4. And we get 4 each, so we'll have 16 more arrows, 17 total. It's not confidence inspiring, especially if you're used to infinity, but it's nice. So nice that you'll notice I've been carrying those around. Well, we got it fairly recently. We were out in the jungle, about an hour and a half ago? Yeah, that helped. Almost evening. I don't see any bees about, so maybe sleep down here this time. I could take this random rock stuff back up. I could also really take our prepared food. Some of it. Let's take these two back up to the house the next time. I do want to use it. Let's pull these. Did I leave any dirt out here? Yeah, let's figure out berries. Actually, we're probably going to put berries in here somewhere. I don't really need this space. Okay, we'll do berries. Push this hill back a little bit. It's kind of probably going to get a little tapered out this way. Beets. First thing. There we go. Beets, I've kind of noticed, I don't know if this is true or not, but they seem like they grow pretty darn quick. I think any boat launching we're going to do is going to be over that way. So I'm going to make this maybe here. And this is how I do my berry patches. Seems to work pretty well. And then just clip the end here. For easy berry harvesting. Pop that like that. I'll have this too wide. These guys can just go out to the water. Don't need that. And you push that all the way back. It's fine. And even if we're short, this won't take long to fill in. Nope. And we got plenty. So there it is. Totally passive, very quick growing, very low nutrition, but a food item. And man, oh man, we got pumpkin pies, we got rabbit stews and all that. I really wish they, as more and more expansions come out, I wish the food would grow just a little bit more. There's so many combinations and things out there. Um, I think food in games is always. I mean, all the Lord of the Rings fans that hang out, right? I think it is so amazing when you can either make chef as a profession or just get lots of different food combinations and recipes. I think it's wonderful, and I do wish that like the cake, right? We can make a cake and set it out, and it doesn't despawn. You just eat off of it. Um, I kind of hope like the new bookcase that came out with the archaeology release. Um, I would love if over time either pantries or tables or something allowed you, right? Like we all make kitchens, we make dining rooms, we put these big tables out. But about the only thing you can do is, if you're on a server and recording video or whatever, and you're trying to do some of the play, is like throw food at people and hope they don't pick it up immediately, so that it just sits floating as an item on a table, right? Like this. If I went and threw that bread, you can throw it. Now, if I leave it on a table like that, though, it's going to float and spin around, and eventually it's going to despawn, no matter what. Unless, I don't know if you could name. Can you name bread and leave it? I think even named like I think it's like if you die and your weapons are named, they're going to despawn, right? They won't just sit there. Named entities will not despawn, but not items. So something along those lines would be really fun, I think. But that should have given us enough time to get stone enough. Oh yeah, to finish out our project. Oh look, it's already looking so good, and we're looking through it to that back. Just imagine once it's all set up here. We won't have that torch on the outside. We will have the torches probably on the bottom or some kind of lighting to keep the nearby monsters at bay. Be wonderful to maybe get some glowberries or hang lanterns from the trees eventually. There we go. All right, let's finish up this top. And you guys let me know. Ceiling. Do we want stripped birch to counter it on this level of the torches, or do we want more gray? Because these windows are not going to be tinted, they're just going to be open. We will be able to see the interior. So the base stone will, and again, a little wasteful, but if we're cutting up into that, we'll get to it, and by the time we're working on that level anyway, not going to be a problem. Now we get to fill in this, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and nothing for it but to just aim these guys back. Dig that, as long as I don't miss any. Leave a hole. That's how the raviolan pigeon is going to get in. Okay. That is good. I think I'm just going to flatten. Oh crap. Oh no. Ouch. Oh, it didn't even hurt. Me all bouncy knees. Bouncy knees, bitch. That's what they call me. Awesome. I think that was, we got some coal out of there, right? Let's do one of these. Just gonna seal it up. The other thing we got to do is plant our bamboo. I don't have any string, so I can't use it for the ideal purpose at the moment, but be nice not to have to wait for it, right? Clean this up a little bit. Again, those are more reference points than anything. These are still gross too, but now we got plenty of stone. We'll need some of it for the long room, which we'll continue excavating in the next stream. Again, I almost said tomorrow. I'm having so much fun. I'd love that, but scheduling-wise, I don't think it's going to happen. With the Minecraft and the great dumpster project of 2024, anything's possible. But I would say Thursday is likely, whereas tomorrow is very iffy. I think my morning is going to be running errands. My afternoon is going to be goofing off with a couple buddies who are, well, it could all switch. We're still waiting to hear back on scheduling. People that have like more meetings and schedule-y stuff than I do, to say whether Wednesday or Thursday would work better. Tomorrow would actually kind of be my preference. I would love to get out tomorrow. It's supposed to be another gorgeous day, and we have trivia after. And if I'm like, they just don't get it. They're like, oh well, we're not doing stuff till the night, so why can't you just go back and get your stuff done between going out at lunchtime and going out in the evening? And I'm like, because you guys think 2 hours is a long time. That's not a stream. That's just a little getting started, right? So it's tough. But if we can do Wednesday afternoon trivia and then I can stream on Thursday, it opens up quite a bit. So, and then the weekend's supposed to be snowy. So we'll be all right. What are we going to do? Oh, we got 2 more things to do, at least. Man, we're already over 6 hours. I love it. I love it. I'm so happy, but it is kind of a mess. Let's see. This is just whatever. Yeah, no, we don't need to fill in the edge of the water. I think these are still sources. I don't know if that just ended because it ran out of juice or if I just got too far away. Is it gone? Yeah, all right. That's nice. Big win. No more flowing water over by our bees. All right, next up, I do want to try to figure out bamboo. Where could we put a grove of 30 bamboo? I think I'd like to kind of, at least on this level, keep the melons and vine crops all on the same starting point. Maybe, though, now that I think about it, maybe we should shift them back. I don't want to mess with my bees, though. My existing bees. But I'm going to cut a nice little extra bit here in the trees. Remember, when we started, we were like, I wonder what's up here. You should go clear some trees and take a look. Now we're just rolling on into production. So if we went here and moved, even extended an extra torch, where are the bees over this way? We got that bee nest, which is very productive, but then we've got the one here. It's up high and out of the way. All right, I think you're going to have to go. And you're definitely This tree is doing heroic work with all these leaves, holding up branches left, right, east, west, north, and south. Awesome. I think that was all off that one tree, so that should all clear out. So from here, we would be going to build terrain. One, two, three, four. Let's just make sure that this is all covered even 2 blocks out, and then I'm going to try to make it 2 deep down underneath. So we got a nice, stable, no surprises floor, and I don't think there's, other than perhaps needing to light it, I don't think there's any reason for this hole to continue to be here. We've got the access to this little nook, and we'll just make sure it's got lots of light. Back here, it's fine, really, but we got more torches now than we did initially. This is where we were getting our early stone from. And then we just got to fill in right here. Oh, hope I got more dirt. We're about to have a lot more dirt. So, not a huge deal. Get these apples. Delicious. I gotta say, though, I do, like, when an apple's hitting, I love an apple. Not my favorite go-to fruit, though. And I eat a lot of apples. They're just a great snack, a healthy snack, right? That's why I'm apple a day, right? That's the whole deal. So, yeah, I think we're going to cut this one back. And I'm wondering if I went... I could turn all this into path, and then I could do the same up here. Where was our marker? Damn it. 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is not the crop. That's in from the field. I could do 4, 4, like a path of 4 here. We could fill this in, and that would let it feel nice and uncramped. And then a path of 4 up here, and then that would make this the corner. And then we could go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4. 3, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. I've already screwed up, but all right. So then 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. That would just shift it, but I think for the sake of our crops, that's where the bee tree is. How cramped does this get? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think that's fine. And it'll actually help us get more bees, right? They'll be a little closer. Those will all go away. Okay. A little bit of a waster. I should have plotted out the water holes clearly. It's all planning. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Boom. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Good grief. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. And then that goes on to there. I was about to start hoeing them again, but we're not there yet. And again, having wide paths like this, I think it's going to make it a nice soft transition. Ultimately, we can do more with decorating and stuff as we go. Let's take time to do this. As I spend more and more time with the crops, I do think beets are quicker to grow. I think that's their advantage, even though they're very low on stay. Oh, okay, we did have 2. All right. That's right. That would have been our first bucket. What was I saying? Oh, that beets just grow fast. They're bad nutrition, but you can get a lot of them, and they very much seem like when I'm doing this whole put down a seed, wait for it to grow, harvest it, grab its seeds, and try to spread the crops. Beets seem to do a great job. Even wheat seems to take longer, and there are pears, right? And that's where beets were added as well to kind of pair up with wheat, where carrots and potatoes are basically a pair. Wheats and beets are also basically a pair of seed-bearing crops, and then you have the 2 vine crops, pumpkins and melons. So it's nice balance. I don't know if... Did pumpkins predate melons? I mean, melons obviously came in with jungle, I think. I guess they could have come in with savanna, but I'm pretty sure they came in with jungle and then were added to the savanna village types when they started making villages a little more dynamic than just, hey, you got a village, doesn't matter where you're at. Let's do some Namen. And then let's do some hoeing. Now these are, yeah, these are, oh man, I almost didn't pay attention. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, I think we're good there. And then for these, we extra special, certain careful have to go there. I was like, oh, made me realize how dark it is. We don't have slabs yet. I do have 4, but now I need 5, so I might as well make another batch. I think this will work. Oh, let's get back down, make our... Ooh, you see me cutting that corner? Pumpkins. No, not cocoa beans. I need watermelons to make seeds. I don't need you. I don't need you. You need to go away. You need to go away. Let's get this inventory back under control. You. All good. You. Getting a little late here to see this is when I start getting reckless. Can you imagine if we get to the end of the stream and it was just like, boom, creeper walked around a tree and I'm dead? Not today, thank you, is right, game. All right, so we've got pathway all around the outside. We've got more of these at the moment, so let's start with our melons, because I don't even know how many. I mean, I guess we could math it. Probably 45 is our count of available plant plots. So not as long as a 64 run for sure, but should be good. So there we go. And then for this particular area, I'm going to go... dropping the covers on the water, but then we'll do a path up the middle here, just like there. And think they will always have in order to grow. Even I think they always have to have one touching grass-covered block. So if those were even dirt, I think they would have to wait for them to revert to grass before they would grow and fall over. Correct me if I'm wrong in the chat or comments. I always want to learn too. I guess we'll learn here if paths are an exception. Shoot. Well, I can at least go back with this hoe. Sorry, I gotta make sure I'm doing that one right, and then I'm gonna go here. I am gonna make some. Oh, I already got. Before I go too far, do I? Yeah, I do have part of a shovel. It's not gonna change us significantly, but no sense in making a bunch of extra if. We got some spares laying around. All right, more shovels. And we made all those because we're going to have a lot of paths to cut here. So path up the middle. And again, this should keep anything planted in that row ahead of me right here falling forward, right? All these have to fall onto the grass, so they should all come this way. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's just get this one outer edge. I'm going to trim it back even more. We'll have to do a lot more work on these terraces to make them up to Hambbage quality on the curb appeal index. But for now, doing pretty good, I think. And again, 4 out. The idea here is that if I'm coming from above, I want at least an extra block, and in this case 2, so that if I come this way, right, I'm off working up here to put in carrots and beets, and I fall, it will drop me to the path. I don't have to like stop, go down, but I won't trample the crops until we have time to really set this up. And that's why on that one, and probably over here, we'll either do high terrace and cut in steps and like an actual big tiering, or we will do another wide area like that. One way or another, because this way, right, if I'm zipping around, boom, I don't have to care at all. I've got lots of space to keep the crops, which are what we're really worried about, safe. So again, on this side, we are now into pumpkins, and pumpkins are a little different than melons. Melons break into slices, and each slice is a seed. In this case, we have pumpkins, and each individual pumpkin gives you 4 seeds. So we're not doing as well, but we're getting started. So I'm going to try to keep this pretty exact for now. So that's 8, 9, and 10. Only because they love to fall. The other thing that I know they can fall over onto is tilled soil, right? And they will love to fall over and break our tilled soil. So getting ahead of ourselves a whole lot isn't ideal. I've been trying to kind of wait while these guys get a jump so that they can grow up a little bit. Then we'll plant these 9. If they're ahead enough, odds are we'll get more melons to pop from this side before the little guys here grow up, and the one on the end just happens to jump ahead. It doesn't take much to stay ahead. It doesn't take a lot to outsmart a melon, but sometimes it's a challenge for me. Uh, so we are gonna double this up, just like that one, because I want to have, like I said, the melons are the wheelhouse of our trade. So we'll come this way, trim this down a little bit. Now 3 would put me back in. The question is, do I do another? I think I'm gonna. Just because it's a lot less work. I think I'm going to cut another path here. Raise up, do another of these double melons here, where it's still pretty wide. And in cutting that, we should pull this over. And then I'm thinking I want to have the spots for the carrots and the beets elevated, so that we maybe have some stone retaining walls and stuff like that, kind of set them off a little bit more. And we may, I don't know, I'd love to kind of keep the curve. Maybe we start using some of the dirt that we're going to have to take out of here to get back up there. That's me talking right now. Who knows by the time we next get up here if that's still the plan or not. There's our bees. Safe and sound. I kind of feel like this tree is going to go as well. Oh, look at our pump. See, I told you. Look at our potatoes. Man, we kind of got a mess again. Are there bees around? No, it's not bee time, I guess. All right. Whatever. If we fills up, we fills up. There's a bee looking for 2. We see 2 bees, we abandon to flower immediately and make more bees. And I think we have some iron, don't we? After that trip to the village, didn't we cook some? I don't know that we've... Maybe we made the pick in the pants? I can't remember. If we have any spare iron, it's time to get shears so that we can start harvesting honeycomb. You can get bottles of honey, or you can get honeycomb. Honeycomb lets us make our own bee houses. And of course, anybody who knows I am a massive fan of the bee houses. And building up empiric level of bees to do our bidding. Do their own bidding, really. Just as long as they're making a lot of plants grow faster. It's really not the honey, although using some honey blocks would be outstanding. It's really, for me, more about the and that sun's almost down. Let's sleep here. Okay, come on. Yeah, so we're gonna have to think about where our bees exist. Do we just put like a little? I mean, this is kind of our central highway up from the beach to our house. But maybe somewhere into here we build up some bees. We'll figure it out. I'm not worried. And all right, the next brilliant idea I had is to replicate our potatoes across here. I think, if I remember right, we get a slightly better edge on potato emerald return than we did on wheat, but I could be wrong. I don't remember. What we really need is a fortune hoe. And it will be glorious. Again, all the time it's going to take for those to spread and fill in their part of the field and get us enough to even need an extra field just for carrots and beets, might as well be growing potatoes, right? So there we go, doubled up. And rather than just having them sit in the chest. All right, that's all good. Oh, nope. You. Dirt can go in here for a bit. I'm sure we'll need it for landscaping, but it's going to be fine for now. All right. We got more beets. See, again, carrots. I know there's only 3 of them, but some of these we're harvesting for the second time already. Beets are awesome. Have I mentioned I like beets? There we go. Look out, potatoes. The beets are coming for you. I should say, look out, carrots. Whatever. All right. Next up. There's always a next up. It's almost 7. You kidding me? What have we done? We're gonna finish to the point where the base is safe and secure. I know we threw that random torch up there, which I'm immediately gonna want to take down, and we will be able to, I think. But we can't just be living in. We're trying to have a society, right? Now, that. I brought these up to put away, right? We're eating bread. So we're going to put those away. I am going to grab this stack of dirt. I want to make sure I have this. We're going to come outside. And I think from this edge... Oh, look at that. All right. So... Oh, I don't have enough of these yet. I don't know if there's more birch up here. But I decided, why not have our ceiling... I was very much up in the air between regular stone and birch, the strip birch. We asked, what, like an hour ago now? What y'all thought, and as usual, chat was no help. Thanks, chat. But I'm going to go with the strip. I know as we approach, we're going to look up and see the ceiling, but it's a ceiling, right? You're supposed to see it. And I think we're going to put, well, I don't know. We may put cobble in there for now because above this we really won't see. We will throw some lights. Now I'm getting sloppy. Damn it. Well, that worked out. Got a gap, but it's all right. So yeah, again, this isn't a floor. This is just the ceiling for the big room below. Go. And now, sadly, we gotta take a trip on the dirt elevator. I mean, the dirt elevator tries hard. I hate to judge it. Okay, okay. Shh, shh, shh. Perch. Damn it. I was hoping. We just gotta have 17 more pieces of birch logs in that stack. I know we have one more. I definitely think that we'll try to effectively have something here that blocks so that the path does naturally take us this way. I just like coming out to this little wooded point here. As a... Oh, wow, that was close. All right, we're definitely going to have to go cut some more trees as well. But see, we'll see a little bit of that up through the windows. It'll get darkened. Right now it's catching the sun-ish. You know how the game is. Those stripped logs sides are a lot lighter, the darker bit. I don't think that's going to look bad at all. In fact, it would look a little more strange, I think, in my mind, if we just had different stone back through those windows. So I'm good. Oh, damn it. Come on, come on. It's going to leave me just short. I guess we're going to have to go back for cobble anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Smarter, not faster, guys. That's the way we got to work. Let's grab these torches, though. Don't need to waste those. I think we'll be alright with 2. And that will... Oh, if I thought we were going to get close to using it all up, I would have made a 3rd, is what I should have said. Yeah, I think that's going to be pretty nice here. All right, one more trip. Soon we'll figure out scaffolding and speed that process up a little bit. All right, so now here, oh my god, I was like, yeah, no, it makes a full stack. We're gonna be 1 short. Can you believe that? I can't believe that, but pretty sure that's how it's gonna come out. Actually, we'll need a couple more because we got a hole over there. Again, this doesn't matter too much. It just helps as a reminder for the building of future levels that this is all temporary unless I suddenly decide, oh, I want cobble floors up high in a building, which doesn't make a lot of sense. Okay, well, I was way off. I thought we were 18 short at the end, but nope. One thing we will do here, I don't want the light to be super prominent from the distance as we approach. I don't really want to see the torches. The light, there's nothing I can do about it. I just don't want anything to spawn. I could put slabs or something up there and keep it safer that way, but in theory, it should be temporary. If we're moving and constantly improving like we have today, it won't matter long, but at the moment at least it does, so that just as we didn't want monsters spawning on this little edge, I don't want monsters spawning on this whole thing like a monster deck and then dropping off the edge to fall on my head as I wake up and stumble out to have my morning coffee, right? This is the challenge. I think that's gonna give us enough. It's not quite dark yet, so I don't know, but light level client 15? Am I looking at the right light? It seems really bright. Is it 15 sky, 4 block? All right, 4, but not 1. The 1 is what we're worried about, right? If I go 12, right? When we're up beside a torch or on the torch, it's 4, but monsters only spawn in 0. So as long as I'm looking at client light block 3, that's not 1. Therefore, monster no eat my face. And kind of sighting along it, you can see like we got to be all the way out there to really catch that torch. But yeah, why don't we put it? Oh my goodness, excuse me again. Put it online, and then I'll just fill these in too. Doesn't matter too much. We're not going to build out of that, but there we go. And we're almost, not really, but it feels like we're almost all the way up to the top. We're what, 10 blocks up here? Maybe a couple extra came out in the wash, but it's not too bad. You know, another 10, and we're up double that, so almost up to the bottom of that dirt. So a couple stories of rooms, residences, studies, maybe a alchemic library, maybe a enchanting room. Obviously, some living quarters would be nice. All that's gonna come into play, but yeah, I love this big open. I like the potential of having these as being further entry, and in theory, even opening up all of this lower bit if we do that, so that that all becomes a kind of Pac-Man shaped room, just done up, you know, kind of. Listen, I just watched a lot of John Wick. If it felt a little hotel lobby-ish, right? Couches and plants and luxury, some art or something, and it's all just around to kind of impress and put people at their ease as they come in. Like this is a good safe space. You guys are all comfy cozy. This room, we are going to extend back. This will become one long room off of both of these, and that's where we're going to start our descent down for mines and diamonds and all that kind of stuff. While this is our initial everything, right? This is where we do our crafting. This is where we do our cooking. Our trees and produce and stuff like that are going to slowly take over down at the corner down there. We'll likely do a lot less cooking other than maybe some food. And just make the best of it. Alright, we've refilled all these stocks. I still haven't done bamboo yet. We're going to have to go chopping birch trees soon. These two can combine. got a spare shovel. These are really wrong. That should be there. We'll always, generally, until we get like up to diamond and stuff like that, we usually carry um, 4 picks and 2 each of the shovels. Even with enchantments on them, it's easier to just rotate out until we have expanded storage, right? And then our first priority on storage is to carry our spare tools. We still have bee flowers. We still really kind of need to get this bamboo in because, like beets and everything else, it grows so fast that it's dumb not to. But we got our first melons, guys. Here we go. And look at this. This pumpkin is just like, look, I was a good pumpkin. You were all like, no, man, we don't want to hoe extra. None of the others are even close. It's like, I'm coming. So, here, pumpkin. And then here. I don't know why that one, but 1, 2, 3, 4. You go here. And now this is where hopefully... What? Right. These guys are all, see, already producing enough so that by the time these guys start growing up, we got more seeds to fill in. Once they're fully filled, it's fine. However, these guys are a bit trouble. If pillagers or wandering traders, neither of which, I think we maybe saw a wandering trader at the beginning on day 1, did we? You guys tell me. If they come by, particularly the camels will climb up on the unpicked melons and pumpkins, and ultimately these are just going to sit fully ripened and ready to go, right? So they crush the vines, and then you have to go through and replant them. That's why generally it's nice to have a fence around. Really, it's only there. Nothing else is going to have blocks that they can climb up on, and then it's just like that composter in the village, right? They just don't know or care that they're stepping off of it and crushing crops as they do. All right, here's the same deal now. This won't give us quite enough melons, but it'll be close, and by the time these plants grow up, we've got these guys popping more melons, hopefully. That's the idea, anyway. That's fan. Oh, we got 4 more here. Forgot. Man, everything. Just as much as I guess at the moment I've done so much wandering around looking at biomes that spawns because I've been playing hardcore, and off stream I've died a whole bunch. So I'm like, dude, I'm sick of finding places. But when everything starts to pop, oh man, I love it. It's so good. Keeps you busy. There's just the next thing to do. It's not like a massive build. It's like 800 things going on while you're just trying to do a quick little get it done. All right, 1 more melon should do it. We'd be pretty unlucky to get 3. Let's go. Man, like I said, there's always stuff. Let's go check these shears. Oh, carrot. You finally decided to come hang out, huh? Oh. There's that. I'm looking for iron. Okay. There. This is a whole new process. This, that can stay out. I've got to get logs. Again, oak is prolific. I will borrow or bury. These really need to go back up. I need a bunch of sticks. And then I need what? Why did that? There we go. Gotta click them out of the cookbook to make multiples. All right, so the trick with bees, you guys. Oh, I don't need it technically yet, but I should be thinking about it. Oh, we got this flint and steel as well. Um, so you may have heard this about bees, but smoke produces a instinctive reaction in them where rather than stinging, they are prone to protect and start immediately going back and consuming um, honey. Right? They want to be very docile and they want to protect their stores in case there should be a burn that takes out the stored honey hive. So they basically go back, eat, load up, so that if worst comes to worst and they gotta all just jet, they then can take that off and go. Beekeepers, of course, use that all the time in this following manner: you put down the fire, smoke goes up, you then harvest the honey, and then you tap out the fire with your shovel. It's that is the traditional method. That's all I can say. Let's put a torch on that side, just so we can always see. Oh, do I have? I still have them. Two bees. Two bees. Oh, he saw me coming. All right, fine. If you're gonna be that way about it, I'm gonna be this way about it. Boom. Give me your honeycomb. Boop. Now you gotta go quick because just like with get out. Just like with fire, they will fly into the. Just like with water, they will fly into the fire, and not only will they drown themselves, they will burn to death. That sucks. So try to go quick. You gotta light the fire. If you don't light the fire, they will come out hostile. Their eyes will grow red, and they will attack you just like wolves will until you tame them into be dogs and all that kind of stuff. Don't hit them. Well, hitting them individually does the same thing, right? But as with anything else, they will team up, right? One bee gets angry, they all get angry, and they're all coming after you. So look out. This one, at least, I think probably our best move is to just take this whole area down a little bit more. Give good clearance all the way around. That way I don't have to do too much. I could bury this fire down one more and just kind of walk across it, but I think we're good. We don't need to go under. We just need to have access to light it. And now these can stay, and now I can use the flint and steel to relight them. But now we've got 9 pieces of honeycomb. Honeycomb. Who wants honeycomb? Alright, let's get these out of the way so I don't accidentally use them. Let's switch you real quick. Let's get our melons finished. And we get 7. Very nice. Up. Melons are done, man. At least for now. We want to double these, right? But we want some of each. So we'll keep working on spreading these pumpkins as well. And do our thing, right? Bada. And there you go. See, now it's starting to become really distinct that these guys are all grown up big and tall. They're fine. These guys will take a little while, even if the bee comes and hits the closest one, which they, for whatever reason, rarely seem to do. They just wander around. But they will come out, hit these plants, help them get a little boost. And we should always have more pumpkins at this point coming at the back end than we do at the new end of the line. Same goes with the melons. And for the melons, at least, I think we should be safe. And we haven't seen anything to indicate that these are going to fall into the path. So I think we're good. now these can just sit and do their thing. They can grow up and fill the entire course of melons and pumpkins before we bother with them again. And once they do, then we can go do a trading trip and buy some more swords that we really don't need. But getting to that next level of weapons is a real good thing, I think. The problem is those weaponsmiths, their like purchase items are things like coal and iron, things that we really need. So yeah, that bit doesn't work out quite as ideally. Should we pick some berries? Damn it! I think that hit the I think that hit the torch. Normally, do something like this. Damn it! Don't do that. No placeable block. Will this wear down tools? Maybe we should just be using a tool. Yeah, there we go. Something that doesn't have a right click. So use a hoe. Everybody's got a hoe hanging out, so swing it at the berries. And look at that. We've got over a full stack of berries in hand. Butchers eventually will trade for berries, and they're stupid easy to just have a gazillion of. So stockpile them away. That does generally take a while. I think it's a master. There we go. 3 bee houses. See? Bee hives. I'm sorry. It's in Stardew that they're bee houses. That's why everybody's laughing at me in Stardew. Put you away. I should put some more flowers up on the ground by those newbies. Let me put you back. Let me put all of... Sorry, I'm just trying to leave a nice inventory for next time. We're not gonna place these bee houses yet, or beehives. We will get to that. This goes back in here. We do still need the hoe because we've been kind of doing the pumpkins incrementally. This and this can stay for now. Wait for the 3 nests to fill with honey again. But my first thought is to expand and maybe just continue to use the trees. Like get rid of this low branched one, but all these high guys, just double up bee houses around them and make it nice, and maybe even three per side with a torch on the back, but just load them all up so that we can fill those up with bees. We won't do the big rack. I may do that in this area eventually, but yeah, we'll figure that. And man, oh man, I know it's not eye popping. It's not like, oh my god, that's the most crazy structure I've ever seen. But if you think about like a ground level of a big hotel or office building or something like that, they usually, that guts it, right? The core under the towers and all that, it is pretty basic. They're gonna have some ground floor stuff that's gonna be eye-catching and nice, and that's what we'll try to effectively do, spilling off on this first story, the ground level, and then as it becomes a tower, we'll probably wait for a lot of that until we've got some cool different types of materials to build with. I don't know, maybe a waxed copper skyscraper, gleaming bronzy looking to the sky. All right, that's gonna go. These are our to-dos. Always bees. Bees, all of them. We gotta place these and breed more. We've got to figure out where we're going to do our bamboo probably along the river somewhere. We also will need sugarcane eventually, and probably don't need stone just at the moment, right? We're kind of set here. We're going to be building into the hill and working into the depths, which will probably come along with some danger, some staircases, all that good stuff to be figured out. But man, I love it. I kind of like that tree is there. We kind of got to peek through to see down to the fields. Um, I kind of wish it was a little more open too. I don't know. It's just different, but I like big, nice, visible stuff. We can see the sky even though it's rainy. It's great. And since it's pretty quiet around, we'll just sleep out. No blinds. Oh, I can't sleep. Damn it. I really want to clear this before we wrap up, but we are over 7 hours. I guess let's just save it here and call it good. Thank you all so much for being a part of this. You guys rock. Oh, we got ads. We got a minute to say goodbye. You guys are always so awesome. Raviolin, of course, but we also had Nate Domi, and Swamp Fox all hanging out, being active in the chat. And all you guys, I saw you lurking. Thank you all so much. We'll see you next time. And until then, take care. Stay awesome, my friends. Bye now.